Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everyone. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx. It is June 16th, and it's 2:30 p.m., right on the mark. We're happy to be here with you all. I hope it's going to be a great show today. Just give me a couple seconds here because we're just making sure that we have everything, there we go, set up so people around the internet can be able to see the show. If this is the first time that you are seeing us, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We hope you'll enjoy the show, and we hope you will enjoy. We do long form political commentary, and every Sunday, as you can see, we reach out across the entire globe, everywhere the internet overlords will allow, to hear your voices, to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting us all. To reach out on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, to give us your voices with super chats, with text messages, even to call in at 929-715-8569 to let us know what's going on. Now, hello, Hot Chicks. And Hot Chicks is the first one speaking with us. I'm not sure what that means about the Verizon bill, but okay, that works out. So we're going to talk a little bit about a lot of things that are going on today, things that are going to be affecting everyone across this nation. And it is Father's Day. Actually, before I get to that, I should mention, if the sound quality is a little different, Microsoft decided to do an update as we were going live because they want us to switch over to their new, Microsoft 11. We haven't done so, and so occasionally the Microsoft updates impede the ability to use the computer, and that's why the sound might be a little bit different today. We apologize for that. Literally happened 15 minutes ago. That being said, it is Father's Day, and this is a great day to celebrate the men that have helped to lead our lives. Without them, just like our mothers, you could not be here. You need both a father and a mother to be able to come into existence. And so it's very important, and we should celebrate the men in our lives today. I do think it's a good thing, a very positive message, and I don't really talk a lot about it, but I want people to see, this is my father. This is back in, this had to be the mid-'80s, '90s, when he went down to Georgia. Now, my father is Puerto Rican with a very heavy accent. He has since passed away. But back in the 80s, he went on down. He's a Vietnam veteran. If you notice, you may notice, he doesn't have most of his arm. He lost half his arm. What you also don't notice is he doesn't have a leg there either. He lost half his leg. And this one-armed, one-legged man, what you're seeing right here is he's building a farm. That's right, by himself. He bought property down in Georgia, and he decided to build a farm, very much like what he had in Puerto Rico with his family. He wanted to have a farm. And even though people said, Chago, you only have one arm. Chago, you only have one leg. You can't build a farm. You can't build a porch. He did. He's a better swimmer than I am. with one arm and one leg, and he can swim better than I could. So that's inspirational, I think. Okay, this man who had PTSD, went in Vietnam, volunteered, by the way, to go to Vietnam, had 100% disability, suffered from Agent Orange and other maladies, had one arm, one leg, and he was able to build farms, build porches. He was able to swim. He was able to do everything you and I can do. The idea of a disability sometimes is only something we put in our own heads. And today's victim mentality often would say to my father that, oh, you can't do these things, don't even try. Don't even make the attempt, because you'll just fail, because you're just a victim, and someone else has to be blamed, and someone else has to have the burden to take care of you. My father didn't believe in that. And he instilled that into all of his children, that no, there is no such thing as a victim mentality. You are not a victim by birth or by action. And even when your life is difficult, even when you run into great and extreme difficulty, like PTSD, like Agent Orange, like fighting in a war, like losing an arm and a leg, you do not stop. This man had a bullet that was embedded in his body since he was 14. He lived a difficult life. And yet, you look at these images of him, and I'm only showing you the one, but you look at his life, and you would not know that. So I wanted to share a little bit about my father back when he was alive. Was he a perfect man? By no means. Then again, show me the perfect human being. They don't exist. There is no perfect human being. And the idea that our fathers are supposed to be this image of perfection, our mothers are supposed to be some image of perfection, is idiotic. It is self-defeating. They're human beings. They're imperfect. They will make mistakes. That's okay. But they do the best that they can, and we take the lessons as we grow. We take the lessons from their lives as best we can to say, here's the positives that they were projecting actively and subconsciously to us to learn how to become better human beings, to then impart that onto our children as well. And this this Father's Day, let's not forget the messages and the images and the subliminal messages that we have received from our fathers to improve our lives, to never just sit back and be sedentary, to be okay with I'm a victim and pushing off our responsibilities and our opportunities onto someone else. No, this is what you have to do. And yeah, I'm old school, and I was raised old school, and that's a good thing. And I think we need more of that today than what we're getting. Unlike the acolyte that believes in, well, you have two moms and no dad whatsoever, no men in your life. I don't agree with that message. I think that's wrong. I think that helps build the victim mentality. I think that helps defeat our society. It adds corruption to it. Yeah, you want to be gay, fantastic. Knock yourself out. I don't care. But that's not what we're seeing. That's not the message that is being put in there. Look at Disney. When was the last time you saw a positive father image in entertainment? In Disney, in Star Wars, in Marvel. When was the last positive father image? That is a problem, because fathers are part of our society. And the more that we ignore them or reject them or demonize them, the worse it is for all of us. It's not to say that they're better or worse than mothers. No, they have a different role. Mothers have a role, fathers have a role. They are different roles. They bring different things to a family. And we need to celebrate that difference and celebrate what it is they do in fact provide to us, rather than demonizing one because they don't fit the political ideology that is advantageous for a political organization. That's not society. That's not families. That's not balanced and healthy. It just isn't. But maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe. I don't think I am, though. And I see this reflected this Father's Day. What do we see? Where are the messages about fathers? Because this is Google right now. And matter of fact, I'll refresh it for you. This is Google refreshed right now, live before you. They want to talk about Joe Biden. Joe Biden got $30 million because he got a bunch of movie stars to go into an auditorium with 7 million people. Don't know how many were actually there. But he goes in with George Clooney and Julia Roberts, and that's how he's able to fill a room and to get donations. Not like Donald Trump, who goes to stadiums all across this country for the last 6 years and fills tens of thousands of individuals showing up, even in the Bronx, the bluest, most progressive district in the entire country. And what do we see? Donald Trump got 10,000 New Yorkers to come and see him. He had 10,000 individuals come to watch him in the middle of the Bronx, the deepest blue portion of the entire country. But Joe Biden can't do that. Joe Biden isn't capable of doing that on his own. Just him showing up can't happen. He has to tow in what we see in entertainment. We have to bring in George Clooney. He has to bring in Julia Roberts. He needs Bob De Niro. He needs Obama. He needs Clinton. He can't do it. But this is what's leading the news, not fathers. This is about Joe Biden. He got $28 million. Big deal. Okay, what else is out there? Well, last minute Father's Day ideas. You can go to a concert and a brunch. How can you spend money in this economy to help the government, but that has nothing to do with, actually celebrating your father? But that's one news story, one local news story. What are we seeing on the big news? BBC's talking about Russia. CBS is talking about the Israeli military. Detroit is talking about a shooter. What else do we see? Where are the stories about fathers? On Mother's Day, we saw every single major mainstream media outlet talk nothing but about mothers and how absolutely wonderful they are. And mothers are absolutely wonderful. I have no problem with mothers. I have no problem with fathers. Why don't we have the same respect? This tells you something. This gives you an idea of where we are going, where the focus is, where the emphasis is. And it's very difficult to have a productive society when you demonize one half of the essential core of your society. Now, if there's anyone who disagrees with that, if anyone thinks, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic. I'm more than happy to hear that. You can text me at YouTube or Rumble or Facebook or X and tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Here's why fathers should be demonized, or why we shouldn't be emphasizing and celebrating fathers throughout our land that have helped to create all of us. I would love to hear that argument, but they don't tend to give you an argument. They just tend to say, don't talk about it. Just accept. Just obey. Just nod your head, keep your head down, be silent, and don't worry about it. But I am worried about it because it does make a difference on the next generation. It truly does. So, the sun's flipping. I don't know what that means, hot chicks. I don't know. But everyone is more than welcome to, again, I'm not a progressive. Just because I'm black and Latino doesn't mean if you have a different idea, you can't express it. Of course you can. We're happy to hear any voice as long as they are respectful. We're happy to hear any comment and any voice on this channel. But I want to highlight that because I thought it was kind of important. And we'll get back to Joe Biden raising money, the fact that he can't do it on his own, that he has no respect. We'll be talking about that shortly. But there's some breaking news, and just for those who are new to the channel, by the way, folks, let me know if you can hear me all right. Volume seems to be coming across fine, but let me know if it's a little odd for you. Again, trying to work through the Microsoft update to make sure this works for you. But I did want to address some breaking news. Now, for those who are new to the channel, what we like to do is we deal with breaking news that may be of interest to you. that may affect either the United States or the world in some way. We talk about that breaking news. Then we go into the international, what's affecting, how the United States is affecting the rest of the world, and how that's going to affect both the United States and the world. We talk a little bit about that. And then we go into what's happening domestically in the United States, whether it's elections or court decisions or the economy. We go through all of that and explain how that's affecting America, and of course, how that will also affect you in the future anywhere in the world. So, with that said, I wanted to talk about what's happening right now. This has just come out today, and this is the news from the New York Post about a Texas Democrat politician. He's an ex-Biden appointee, and he's been arrested for making fake, racist social media content. So they're using the race card, which we see often with the Democrats. And this is not unusual. We see this many times. It doesn't get a lot of national news. Most people don't pay too much attention to it. But what we're seeing here is this individual, Taral Patel, who's 30 years old, has been arrested for making up social media attacks. That he suddenly said, oh my God, those MAGA people, they are attacking me because I am brown skinned, because of my race and my religion. They're ists and they're phobes, and they're attacking me as I run for the Fort Bend County Precinct 3, for the county commissioner position. And therefore you should vote for me to fight against the ist and the phobe. That's what his campaign was pushing. That was his message to Democrats and to libertarians and to the independents out there. No, you have to fight against the ist and phobe, because to be MAGA is to be racist. That's what they love to tell us. Was it true? Not at all. These hateful images are from a place of deep and misguided fear, incited by people like former President Donald Trump and today's extremist Republican Party fear that immigrants are taking their jobs and setting out to hurt our own communities. Again, this is what the left, and you hear this from the left on a regular basis. You hear this this is the message that's coming out of Columbia, out of Harvard, out of Binghamton University, out of UCLA. You're hearing this in Austin and in Brooklyn and in Seattle and Portland. This is the message of the left. It's Donald Trump. He's a racist. MAGA is racist. Republican is racist. They hate people because they're immigrants. Notice he conflates legal immigration with illegal immigration. Two very, very different subjects with two very, very different solutions and different problems. But he's mixing that all together. And it's racist, it's phobic, it's anti-immigrant, it's anti-religion, it's all on the right. Anyone who doesn't agree with Mr. Patel, anyone who doesn't agree with the Democratic Party, you are the problem. We should be fighting against those people who just won't obey. And what do we find out? After he makes these messages, after he makes these statements, after a year of investigation, Texas Rangers arrested Patel for online impersonation in the third degree, a felony, as well as a Class A misdemeanor for misrepresentation of identity. He has a $20,000 felony bond for a felony charge and a $2,500 bond for a misdemeanor. He's going to be in court on July 22nd. You can see he is pictured here with Joe Biden and Jill Biden. Gee, I wonder why is he with both of these individuals? Because he worked for the Department of Justice Criminal Division, the Public Integrity Section. This man who just lied to the public for his personal political gain, for the political gain of his ideology. To be able to support his ideology, to support his politics, to support his party, he lied to the public. He abused his power and his position to mislead the public so that he would profit personally. He claimed that he was a victim, and because he's a victim, you are obligated to support him. Because he's a person of color, because he has a family of immigrants, you are obligated to support Patel. The fact that Patel is a liar, the fact that Patel is manipulating you, that he is using emotions against you, that he is deceiving you, oh, that's not important. That has nothing to do with it. You shouldn't pay attention to that part. Gee, this is what it takes. This is the kind of individual that the Department of Justice, their criminal division for public integrity, this is who they hire. Under the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, this is the quality and character. This is the DEI. This is what DEI, diversity, exclusion, and what is it? Oh, God, I can't think of it at the second. Inclusion. That's right. This is diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is what that gets you. An individual like Mr. Patel, who is willing to use deception, emotional manipulation, racism, all the phobias, to use that for his personal gain, so that he could profit, so that he could have power, so that his friends and his associates in the Democratic Party could maintain power. By the way, according to his campaign website, Patel was appointed by the Bidens to serve in the office of the White House liaison on matters related to housing, urban development, disaster recovery, and resilience. Do you think that this man could do any of that honestly or effectively? He can't even be honest or effective on social media. He can't even run an election campaign without lying to the public, without manipulating them. He is so unsure of his ability and his record that he had to lie and manipulate people. This is not getting a lot of news. It really, really should. This should be national news. This is important because this is dealing with the Department of Justice. This is dealing with public integrity. This is what they are promoting as public integrity. This is his integrity. He lies. He makes things up. He manipulates the public to get a personal benefit. This is what our Department of Justice is filled with under the Biden-Harris administration, apparently. This is who works and is appointed by Joe Biden to be part of his liaison with the public. This is the Biden-Harris administration. Liars and manipulators. That's what this gives me the example of. And I am so happy that this individual has been caught in his lie, knowing that the government, when it does its job and is actually paying attention to the details, found that he was lying, that none of it existed. He wasn't getting death threats. He wasn't being insulted. No one cared that he was an immigrant. No one cared about the color of his skin. Nobody cared. It wasn't important. It wasn't a factor. Not for Republicans, not for Democrats, not for Libertarians, not for independents. Nobody in Texas, nobody in America gave a damn about what Patel was doing. He wasn't worth the time. He didn't have anything impressive about him. So when Mr. Patel couldn't get any kind of leeway, when he couldn't get people excited or interested in trying to vote him back in, he decided he would manipulate them. He would do what we see often in Democrats. We see this in, not just in politics, you see this in entertainment. Think about The Acolyte. Oh, well, you must hate The Acolyte, not because it's badly written, not because it is badly directed, not because there's subpar acting in it, not because the lore doesn't make sense, because it's Star Wars. We already know the lore. It doesn't make sense. The story doesn't make sense. No, that's not the reason why you don't like The Acolyte, the lowest rated Star Wars, Disney Star Wars ever. No, it's because, well, you're an ist and a phobe. The same thing that Mr. Patel has said. They're making it up. Oh, well, it's only because you're MAGA that you don't like this. No, maybe it's because it's just bad. Maybe because you haven't given me a reason to find it of interest. Maybe your story, your directing, the message you're putting out there is something that we reject. Just like we rejected Taral Patel. Because he's not good enough. He's not qualified enough. Not because of the color of his skin, not because of his immigration status, not because he's a Democrat, because he's just not good enough. And that's just life. And The Acolyte is just not good enough of a show. It's just not well done. And that doesn't mean that you have to have suddenly ists and phobes and some kind of conspiracy theory. They love to say anyone who disagrees with the mainstream media, that's a conspiracy theory. No, maybe the conspiracy is that you assume that anyone who doesn't agree must be an ist or phobe, that MAGA must mean something evil, that Orange Man must be bad. Am I making the point clear enough for most people? I think I am. I think it is obvious to us all that this is where the problem is in Mr. Patel. Mind you, you're not going to see that on national news. The mainstream media will not talk about this. They will not let you see this because then you might think that there's a problem with the Democrats' platform. That the same Democrat Party that knew this individual and saw what he was doing and stayed quiet. The same people who said, no, there's no one racist in that area. No one is attacking him racially. That's not a reality. That's not common. That's not what people in Texas are doing or in the United States. It's just made up. And they let it go. They didn't question. It was okay because it was about their benefit, not the public. Doesn't matter what the public, how he reacts and how he does his job. That's not important. I don't know. Maybe I know I'm upset about this, and maybe the rest of the nation might not be. I think they should be. I think it's absolutely important for us to have this as a critical issue, to talk about this issue. I absolutely think so. But people want to talk about Jeopardy champion, the guy's from Jeopardy, and he got arrested. I don't care. I don't care about some guy who was on Jeopardy. That's not changing the world. Somebody who's trying to get elected into office, someone who is trying to change our politics, our way of life, our society, that's important. And again, that's what Patel, he wanted to be a county executive. That's hundreds of thousands of people's lives and impacting other counties across this nation. That is important. What he is trying to do is critical. Whether or not you watch Jeopardy, doesn't matter. Not important. But that tells us where we're supposed to be paying attention. And they're trying to shut us down with these stories. So that's news that came out today. Came out at about an hour ago. Actually, literally an hour ago, that news was breaking. And a lot of the news media just didn't want to touch it. Because, they don't want you to think, oh, Democrats have problems. Their candidates have problems. They're not telling the public the truth. They're manipulating people, and they're using the race card. They're using immigration. They're using religion. The same things that we see being used against Donald Trump, that's being used against any and every Republican. The same thing that's being used against people who are not fans of the Acolyte. Yeah, it's the same thing. And they do not want you to talk about that, to notice that there is a connection, that the line does carry through, that this thought, we are seeing the same tactics, whether it's in entertainment or whether it's in politics or whether it's in business, we are seeing these same tactics used over and over again to force people, to compel people to obey. That's it. That's the whole purpose. Obey. And I'm really, really sad about that. Okay, let me move on. Because I think it is important. And whether everyone sees it or only a few people see it, doesn't matter. And by the way, please do like, share, and subscribe. Not because you absolutely agree with everything that I have to say, but for, if no other reason, because of the First Amendment. Because I have a right to have this conversation with you across the world. Please like, share, and most of all, subscribe, because they are trying to suppress these conversations, suppress your ability to question the government, to question our elected officials, to question these groups of power and say, maybe you're not doing the right thing. Maybe I have a different idea. Maybe I have a different understanding, and maybe I'm not wrong for having that different point of view. That's what they're trying to suppress. So we do ask you, like, share, and subscribe. So let me move on, because I think it's kind of important that we look at what's happening around the rest of the world. I know it's Father's Day and everyone's very interested in your dad, but I think it's just as important to understand something that we've been saying for years now. For years, we have told you. The Middle East, it's not over. The United States, Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. That made the problem worse, not better. Joe Biden ran away from the Ukraine, from the Sudan. He's ignored Haiti. That isn't making things better for the average American. It is making it worse, far, far worse. It's one of the reasons why Hamas thought they could get away with killing 34 Americans, taking 22 Americans hostage, and torturing them every single day. Because Joe Biden already abandoned 70,000 Americans. Thousands of times more Americans have been negatively impacted by Joe Biden's overseas policies than Hamas has. And so they thought they're in the clear. If Joe Biden doesn't care about 70,000 Americans, why would he care about 34 dead Americans, 22 Americans that are being tortured? Why would he care about that? And sadly, that is a compelling argument. I don't think Joe Biden does care. As long as he can win the next election, I don't think he does care. Because look at his actions. We have open borders. Something that Joe Biden finally, in 4 years, has finally hinted at slowing down the number of illegal aliens entering America. He hasn't closed the border. He slowed down how many people come through the border semi-legally. I mean, they're still breaking the law. And he's still letting them enter into the United States. He's just not, instead of having the floodgates wide open, he has it maybe halfway open. I mean, the realistic number is over 8,000 illegal aliens have been entering the United States every day under the Biden administration. 8,000 per day, every single day on average. And he decided, well, no, we just need to slow that down to 2,500 illegal aliens per day. That's 1.2 million people a year to illegally enter the United States. That's insane. That is point blank insane. And because the rest of the world is watching this, and they see Joe Biden's willing to throw Americans away. 70,000 Americans were thrown away over the last 4 years. Joe Biden doesn't care. 34 Americans were killed. Joe Biden doesn't care. Terrorists killed American citizens. Joe Biden didn't care because he had to win an election. Joe Biden kept the floodgates open, literally welding open the gates in Arizona to allow illegal aliens to enter into the United States. They said, well, then this is their opportunity. They're absolutely going to take advantage of this, including the bad guys, like members of ISIS that were released from Afghanistan because of the way that Joe Biden left, tossed the keys to the Taliban and ran away. And the Taliban let out every member of ISIS, 5,000 individuals that flooded into Central Africa and into Syria. And some of them decided to join up with Hezbollah and they've been coming over to the United States. 8 individuals from Tajikistan entered into the United States. This story has not gotten nearly enough attention as it should have. 8 individuals were quote unquote vetted, not for 18 months, which is the standard. They came to the border, they filled out the forms, they entered into the United States illegally. They went to and were caught by the border control and said, hey, we want to claim asylum. They spent days with the border control and then were left and let into America. Just, okay, go on, you're in America. Here's your summons to show up in 3 years. Go on into America, be nice. Which is what they have done for over some 8 million illegal aliens in the United States. Illegal, not legal immigration, illegal immigration. Let them into the United States, not with full vetting, just with a summons saying, show up in a couple of years, we trust you. And then we find out we shouldn't trust them because they're terrorists. They are suspected of terrorists, of planning to kill American citizens. That all of a sudden, 3 years after the fact, we suddenly figure out these guys were actually probably members of ISIS. They're probably in the United States looking to kill American citizens on American soil. We shouldn't have let them in. We should have stopped them. So I want you to think, how many years of potential damage have these individuals done? Because Joe Biden wasn't willing to say, for 3 years, he was not willing to say, there's a problem at the southern border, that there is a crisis at the southern border, that we need to stop having open borders and to close the borders until we get control of our nation. It's a very simple thing. It's something that a leader would say. It's someone who is, if you have a leader who is concerned about the welfare, the economic and physical welfare of their constituents, they would say, let's fix the problem. Let's stop the flooding that is sinking the ship. That's what they would do. It may not win them brownie points with progressives who want to just flood the nation with anyone and everyone because they want to destroy the Constitution. They want to destroy the amendments. You don't have to believe me. Ask any member of the Democratic Socialists of America, including AOC and Ilhan Omar, and they will tell you. They want to destroy the Constitution. They want to remove the Constitution and the amendments. They want to destroy the foundation of America. And they want to build something they want, something they feel would be better. Not that anything is better, just because they feel like it. So these are the people that Joe Biden has been kissing the buttocks of. In the meantime, he's allowing in illegal aliens that are looking to kill Americans, terrorists. He's opened the door and allowed terrorists in. And if there are 8 of these individuals who were not fully vetted, who were not properly checked, if 8 of them have been in the United States for years, how many others are here too? How many other members of ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban, members of Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis or the IRGC out of Iran, how many other of these terrorist groups, I'm just naming the big ones, how many others are in the United States right now? Because Joe Biden was busy trying to win the next election rather than protecting Americans and the American economy. How many? Here's 8. We know and this is being reported by CNN. So don't tell me, this is some right-wing conspiracy. No, this is coming from CNN. This is the left-leaning media barely telling you, hey, we have illegal aliens that are walking through our border, that the open border ideology has done nothing to protect Americans. It has not improved life for Americans. It has endangered American citizens. That's all you can get from this. That's what this story is telling you. Joe Biden has made it worse. That we are more in danger, not less in danger. And that's because the border is wide open. A June 7th report released by DHS, Department of Homeland Security Inspector General, found that asylum seekers, individuals who entered America illegally and then requested asylum, not asylum seekers. There is a difference. If you are seeking asylum, you go through 18 to 24 months of vetting before you are allowed to be in America. If you're an illegal alien that seeks asylum to excuse breaking the law, that's not the same thing. They're not close at all. But anyway, they go on to say that these illegal aliens that use the excuse of asylum were not always screened in a timely fashion, and that border agents could not access all the federal data they needed to vet non-citizens seeking admission into the United States. Again, it takes 18 months to do the vetting of any person seeking asylum to enter the United States. The media doesn't like to give you the time frame, because if you knew that, you would realize that the Biden administration has failed at their job, because these people are being let into America in mere hours, not 18 months. They're lucky if they're spending 18 hours at the border before they're getting a summons to show up in court and just released into America to do whatever the hell they want. And we knew this on June 7th from the Department of Homeland Security, that this policy is not working, that it is failing. How many other illegal aliens have walked through that open border, said, oh yeah, of course, I'm seeking asylum. I'm not here to blow up New York. I'm not here to try and kill people in Austin or Boulder, Colorado. Of course I wouldn't do that. Can I get in? Wait an hour or two, and then, yeah, we'll let you go. Absolutely. We trust you. We trust you. We have no idea who you are. We have no idea what you might do, what your reasoning is for being in America, but we'll let you go because open borders. Why wouldn't we? We trust you. We have no reason to not trust you besides the fact that you're a member of Hezbollah. Let me go back to the comments here. So in the comments, I see Mike Bowie has responded, I'm upset that voter registration forms are being handed out to immigrants, these illegal aliens, at welfare offices in 49 states as we speak. I agree with you. This is another part of the problem, that we are seeing migrants in New York State as an example. You go in and you're getting an ID and they automatically register you to vote. It's literally, you click a button and you're registered to vote as you get your ID. They don't separate that. How many people are just clicking the button because they're illegal aliens and they're told, yeah, go ahead, hit the button. Don't worry, hit the button. It won't affect whether or not you get the ID. And you can do that with the New York ID, the New York City ID. You go through the New York City ID process, yes, you can register to vote automatically. That is a problem. Because if you don't know to look for the 15 million Jose Vegas out there, how many thousands upon thousands in a city of 8 million people, a large, huge Hispanic population, how many thousands of Jose Vegas or, I don't know, Michael Vasquez, how many are there? How many Vasquezes are there in New York City? And you have to check each and every one of them to find out if they're American citizens? It's going to take you forever. It is a problem, Mike Bowie, and I'm happy that you commented. By the way, thank you for being part of the audience, and thank you for the comment. And it is a serious and real concern, a serious and very real concern that we need to address this, because the open border situation is not making us safer. It is not helping us. We see this. 169 known or suspected terrorists tried to enter America last year in 2023. We have even more of them trying to enter in 2024. We are finding out that the people that we let in previously, oh yeah, they were bad guys and we shouldn't have let them in. But even with this news, even with this reality, this fact, even with the report from DHS, which was not widely spoken about throughout the mainstream news media, they did not tell people, hey, these illegal aliens that then claim asylum, yeah, not all of them are good people. Not all of them should have been let into America. That the Biden-Harris administration failed, that open borders failed. They didn't make that story popular and known on June 7th, but they should have. Instead, they are hiding the story. They are minimizing the story. They're moving on from this story because open borders is obviously a good thing. Don't you know? Why would you, only an ist or a phobe would be afraid of open borders even though terrorists are entering the United States in groups? And we're finding more and more of them as time goes on. We're figuring out that we let in bad people along with very possibly great people, maybe very good people. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I am saying we don't know the difference. And we're not even trying to find out because politics. Because Joe Biden needs to get reelected. Because Democrats like our good friend and great individual, Mr. Patel, are more interested in lying to the public. Patel's also from Texas. Same place where these guys came in from. They came into America from Texas. And is it because they're getting into America, why we have such poor vetting? Is it because of individuals like Mr. Patel who are more interested in lying to the public to use the fear of immigration and color of skin to cover up the fact that they want power? And did he, in his quest for power, Mr. Patel, the Democrat, did he help these illegal aliens enter into the United States? By not focusing the public and our facilities, the nation, our capabilities on slowing down the open border, slowing down the number of illegal aliens coming into this nation, did he, by changing people, by making people say, oh my God, I support immigration, I support people of different colors, when he focused everyone on the race card and immigration, did he enable these terrorists to enter the United States? That's a question. And I think it's a question that's very important, and we should be asking this question. But the news media doesn't want to ask this question. They don't even want you to think about it. They don't want you to realize that, hey, maybe if you have county executives that are elected because of lies, they might not be able to do their job well. And if they're not doing their job well and they're on the border, then bad people may be getting into America. People who kill other Americans, as we've seen happen. Individuals who want to blow up America, as we have seen being stopped. Individuals that have been running around our nation for years. And now we realize, yeah, they might be members of ISIS. It should be troubling, folks. It should be very troubling. We should be concerned about this. But the mainstream media says, nope. If you talk about this, if you think about this, if you ask a question, then you are a problem. You're a problem for asking the question. Look at this. Here's another thing. Israeli military says it will begin a daily tactical pause to allow for humanitarian aid into southern Gaza. Now, the whole Gaza thing, we've been talking about this every single week since October 8th, when over 1,200 human beings were murdered mercilessly by a terrorist attack from Hamas, a terrorist organization that seeks to genocide anyone that doesn't believe what Hamas believes. That's very important. And Hamas, at that time, took over 254 individuals at least hostage. That we know. And they've been torturing and sexually abusing these hostages. That we also know. And they have killed these hostages. That we also know. But the thing that you see in the news all the time, what's happening at our colleges is, well, there has to be a ceasefire and Israel has to start it. No, the only thing that's been holding up for literally 7 months, almost 8 months now, the only thing that has prevented a ceasefire is Hamas gives up the hostages. That's it. All Hamas has to do, if they want to have a ceasefire to potentially end the war, give back the hostages, alive or dead. That's it. The United States is guaranteed Israel will start a ceasefire. Every country in the world has said, we will make sure that Israel gives you a ceasefire. Give back the hostages. That's it. Give back the hostages, alive or dead. And Hamas says, no. For 7.5 months in a row, Hamas has said, no. They will not give up the hostages. They would rather be bombed. They would rather have tanks running through Rafah and their people being denied aid from other countries. They would prefer that rather than give back the living and dead bodies of hostages that they took in an act of terror, that they have been torturing. And these are war crimes. They've been torturing these people. War crimes. And they'd rather commit war crimes than give the people back and get a ceasefire that they have convinced colleges across the world to support. That's what you hear from those students all the time. There has to be a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire. Why aren't you telling Hamas to get back the hostages? That's it. It's the only thing that everyone in the world, every nation in the world has said, give back the hostages. You get a ceasefire. And it's the one thing Hamas says, nope, we won't do that. We will not do that. Hamas will not do that. They have told every time they have been asked, every time they've been told, you will get a ceasefire, give back the hostages. Hamas always answers no. Every single time. Now, if you ask Harvard, they won't tell you that. Columbia won't mention that. Binghamton University, UCLA, the colleges across this country kind of skip over the fact that Hamas can have tomorrow. Hamas can have a ceasefire any second they want it if they just get back the hostages. Yeah, they don't want to talk about that part. That's not as important as there should be a ceasefire. In other words, you don't know what they're talking about. They're a bunch of parrots. Talking heads. Just repeating whatever line they have been told by their teachers to just spit out and just keep saying. This is why 30% of all of the people arrested at these autonomous zones, at all of these colleges that are getting your tax dollars, yeah, they're not students. Roughly a third of everybody that is there, those are activists. Those are political opportunists. They're pushing this message. They're telling these kids, this is what you say. And the kids are just going, okay. They're just obeying because their dads aren't around to tell them, ask questions. Don't be a victim. Don't believe in victim mentality. Stand up for yourself and be an individual. They're not around because these colleges have tried to take over and be the dad instead. They want those two moms, no dads, so that they can be the dad and they can teach the kids whatever they want, which is to obey. No questions, just obey. Because you're a victim. And the only one who can fix your victimhood are these colleges and the government and this political ideology made up of the same human beings that are just as flawed as everyone else. I see a comment from Mike Bowie. And Mike Bowie says, what is this? He says, are you familiar with Bridget Gabriel's book, because they hate. I've heard of it. I've heard it referred to before. I have not read the book itself. Mike Bowie goes on to say, she describes the Islamic takeover of a largely Christian Lebanon. I think this is happening now here and in Europe. Well, I think it's being attempted to some degree, yes. And Lebanon back in the 80s was massively Christian in its belief. And that has changed in the decades since the Marine barracks was attacked. We have seen that change quite a bit. So that does have a factor in it. But I think it's very important that we understand the nature of what is going on here. So to combat and correct the message, because we've seen Israel being blamed for everything. No blame ever gets put on Hamas for any of their actions, for starting the war, for their acts of terror, because of their continued torture of civilians. These are war crimes that is being conducted by Hamas, that the world acknowledges they are doing it. It's not a question. It's not like, ooh, maybe. No, everyone acknowledges they are torturing these individuals, even to the point of death. We have found the bodies repeatedly now that were killed by Hamas torture. We've had individuals who were rescued from Hamas that have confirmed that Hamas is torturing these civilians to death. These are war crimes. You've heard all about the supposed war crimes of Israel and how the world's supposed to be against them. No one is mentioning the war crimes of Hamas against these civilians. You never hear that in the news. I don't understand why. If you want to talk about let's stop the war crimes, shouldn't we stop all the war crimes? Not just Israel, who some in the college intelligentsia don't like Israel. Okay, but what about the war crimes of Hamas, a terrorist organization that is actively committing war crimes against civilians? Not even members of the military, not people who are fighting back, civilians that they took hostage. It's like war crimes on top of war crimes on top of war crimes. Why does no one want to talk about that? Because it doesn't fit a political agenda. Because this is political. It has nothing to do with the hostages. It has nothing to do with Hamas. It has to do with politics. Go ask Iran. They're the ones behind this. It's their politics. But to deal with these politics, we now see that Israel has decided that they will pause in their ongoing war, a war created and started by Hamas alone. They're the only ones who started this war. So they're pausing to allow humanitarian aid in. Mind you, Hamas didn't ask for this. Israel's doing it on its own. Hamas isn't taking advantage of that. They still take the food and humanitarian aid away from their own people and are willing to allow the Palestinians to starve so they can feed their fighters. Fighters that they don't acknowledge exist. Because you always hear, it's 33,000 Palestinians. No, some of them are fighters. That's military. It is estimated that half of those individuals, about 15,000, aren't civilians. They're military. These are soldiers. They are members of Hamas. They're the army of Hamas who died. Half of them, 15,000. They're not all civilians. They aren't innocent individuals. They're firing the rockets at their own people. They're shooting in apartment buildings, endangering their own people, going into hospitals and holding hostages there, and because they're using them as human shields. That's Hamas. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Well, Dow says war crimes for which Hamas do not want to be punished for because of some perverted sense of justification. It's that whole small groups must have power dynamic. Well, it's the revisioned and rewritten idea of power can only exist in large groups. This is the way that the left excuses their actions. We're small, so we have to be able to do this. We have to be allowed to do this because we don't have power. No, you don't have power because you're evil. And people reject you on a regular basis. And just because you're small doesn't mean you need to be given power. It's their self-preservation tactic. They have to support Hamas because Hamas is small, because the Democratic Socialists of America are small. And the Democratic Socialists of America want more power. But if they say that Hamas is bad and Hamas is small, they are bad, so they are small, they lose their power too. That's what I truly believe about that. But someone may say I'm wrong. But speaking about what's the amount of money that is being used and wasted in the Middle East, all of the stories that you're not being told about that are affecting your life, not just around the world, but also in the United States, I wanted to bring this up because I think it's very important. Joe Biden, who wanted 101,000 votes out of Michigan, the progressives in Michigan, Rashida Tlaib's district in Dearborn, Michigan, voted uncontested. They would not vote for Joe Biden until he did something. He needed to buy their votes. And that's when they would support him. If he did something to help Hamas, the terrorist organization, if he supported Hamas, then they would give him his vote. And Joe Biden, who's losing in Michigan, depending on the poll, by about 1%, about 100,000 votes, he needed those 100,000 votes. He desperately needs those progressives to vote for him. Otherwise, he will lose to Donald Trump. So Joe Biden decided, I'll build a pier. I'll build a pier right out next to Gaza, and it'll give them food. See, I'm on the side of Hamas. I'm a good guy, says Joe Biden. And he built it. He built a pier that everyone said was a bad idea. That everyone said, we should have stopped and thought about this. We should have made a plan. There was no plan. Joe Biden just said, we're going to do it. Here's the money. And did what Democrats do always. Throw money at the problem. He just threw money at it. He threw $320 million. Now, he didn't just throw money at it. He threw money, enough money to run, half a state. Hundreds of millions of dollars that could have gone to feeding kids, that could have gone to housing the homeless and helping our veterans and mental health. No, we couldn't spend money on any of that stuff because Joe Biden took the money and built a pier in Gaza so that he could get humanitarian into Gaza a little bit easier, so that Hamas would be able to, it would be more easy for Hamas to get more food and weapons for their fighters, their army. $320 million. It took 3 months to build. It has been obsolete. It has been shut down longer than it has been running. It has been running for about 2 weeks. It has been shut down for 4 weeks. It's like 2 to 1. It has been closed down for repairs and being repaired and refixed longer and more often than it's actually up and running. This is because no one made a plan. No one thought of this before. No one wanted to do this because it's a dumb idea. No one else did this. And as the winter comes, where the weather will get even worse, this thing that keeps breaking down in relatively calm weather is going to completely collapse as we get closer to the winter. And it has just closed down again. This was Friday. The U.S. temporarily dismantles the Gaza humanitarian pier again as heavy seas are expected, which is normally the kind of weather they get. This is the normal weather patterns they get. It was built with this in mind. They knew this is the weather they were going to get. We spent $320 million and no one has come up with, we've had to repair this thing twice already. how much more money did we spend? How many tens of millions more have we spent on this temporary pier that doesn't work? How much more money? This is all inflationary. By the way, this money that is being spent, besides the fact that it is not feeding children, it is not giving homes to the homeless, besides the fact that it is not helping to fight crime, it is also inflationary. This is money we don't have. The money that is going to build this pier, we don't have that. We are printing the money, and that is inflationary. Every dollar that we use to spend to build this thing and to repair this thing over and over again is making poor people more poor. Something that nobody wants to talk about in the mainstream media. Nobody wants to mention that this is inflationary. This is part of the reason why inflation is so high, because Joe Biden is wasting money on something that no country, Egypt didn't want to pay for this, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, the Middle East did not want to pay for this. Europe did not want to pay for this. Nobody wanted to touch this because it was a dumb idea, and everyone knew the only reason why it was happening is because Joe Biden wanted votes in 2024. And this wasn't going to help anyone else in any other country get votes. It wasn't even going to feed the people of Gaza. Everyone knew it because it's broken more often than it's working. And everyone knew it. This wasn't a surprise to anyone. And so we are seeing that it is down again. And how many months, God knows, we won't find out until probably after the 2024 election, how much money we are wasting on this. It is my estimate. I am estimating here, but I believe that some $400, maybe $500 million, $500 million has been spent so far on building and fixing the Gaza Pier. $500 million just wasted on something that probably will not be existing by the end of the summer. This thing won't be around anymore. It won't exist anymore. It'll just disappear. They'll take it apart and they'll do something else. So for Joe Biden to get 100,000 votes, it's going to cost America $500 million. Think about that. Think about the numbers there. That is like $50,000 per vote. That's what Joe Biden is spending of your money. That's not Joe Biden's money. That's not Joe Biden's donors' money. That's not the money that George Clooney and Julia Roberts got for Joe Biden. No. This is your money. This is your money coming out of your pocket every day when you go to work. That is what this is. This is the money that is increasing your, when you go to grocery store, when you pay your electric bill, all the things, the gas, everything that has gone up and is more expensive. That's what this is. That's what got this pier. This is what's costing you money. And the media doesn't want to talk to you about it. They don't want you to think about this. This is CNN reporting this. This is the United States military that is reporting this. This is the government of the United States that is reporting this. I'm not making it up. I'm just saying, okay, we know this is from the Biden administration. We know it cost $320 million to build. We know because of the international news, including CNN and MSNBC, this thing has been disabled and broken more than it has been running and functioning. We know this for a fact. We know it costs money from the United States. We're the only ones paying for it. It is costing us money, tens of millions of dollars, to fix this thing on a regular basis. We are wasting money. This is a waste of time. And the only reason why is because Joe Biden is trying to convince the Democrats, the progressives in Dearborn, Michigan, that they should vote for him. I tell you, that's insulting and that's bad. I know, I've been talking about that I have been talking about this like I have been talking about the American hostages, like the Americans abandoned by the Biden administration. I have been talking about it every week. For years now, I've been talking about some of these things every week. And I know some people will say, but Mike, I've heard about this already. You've already told me about this. Yes, but what about the rest of America that isn't hearing this? What about the rest of America that haven't been told this? What about your friends and neighbors who will look at you and go, no, but that's not true. No, the pier's there. It's been working. It's always been working. The people who aren't reading things like Reuters, which says, U.S. preparing to temporarily remove Gaza Pier due to sea conditions, officials say. This was on June 15th. Oh, see, but Mike, you just don't understand. It hasn't happened. Yes, it did. It did happen. It is happening. It is costing us this money. It's just that the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about it. Because if people think about it and go, well, was it worth it? We were able to have this temporary gimmick running for about 2.5 weeks. For 2.5 weeks, we spent $500 million, my estimate. $500 million. Is that worth it to you? In that same $500 million could have fed tens of thousands of children. That same $500 million could also, not separate, but also could have given tens of thousands of homeless people somewhere to stay. And that same $500 million could have helped veterans who are PTSD or emotional or mental issues, could have helped them. We could have helped 3 different major groups of Americans that everyone in America agrees we should be helping. We could have helped tens of thousands of all of them for the same $500 million that we spent for 2.5 weeks. For a country that killed our people. Well, not even a country. For a city run by terrorists that killed our people. That is torturing our people to death. Does that make sense to you? Does that seem like an equivalent exchange? Does that seem like a fair trade to you? We're spending $500 million on people who want to kill us because we let women read, because we let women drive a car, because we don't throw gay people off of a building. They want to kill us. And they did kill 34 Americans. They did torture to death some of, if not all of, the 22 Americans they took hostage. And we're giving them $500 million. Does that? Yes, that's why I have to say this every week, because it doesn't make sense. And yet we look at the local news media, CBS, ABC, you look at the national news media, MSNBC, and they tell you, of course, this is a great idea. How could you possibly be upset about it? I'm like, how could you not be upset about it? But, I will continue to talk about it until it changes, until we get something better, until it is improved. But that's the international news. It only took about an hour this week. There isn't a whole lot that's happening internationally. Obviously, yes, there is the Ukraine. And let me address that real quick. Yes, there was the G7 meeting of Joe Biden and the other leaders in the world about the Ukraine. Yes, we once again said that we're going to fund the Ukraine. Now, I did a video and I was talking about this with the Liberty First Foundation on Friday, on the Friday Roundtable, and we were talking a little bit more about the Ukraine issue. A lot of people have been talking about it. But essentially, the problem is, and I did a video on this, Joe Biden said, we're going to have war for 10 years. People have been wondering, how long is the Ukraine war? Remember, we were told initially, back in 2022, this war would be over in a month. Then we were told it will be over in 3 months. Then we were told it would be over in a year. Well, All of those predictions, all those promises, wrong. None of them were true. And we never believed any of them on this channel. You can go back into 2022, look at our coverage, and you'll see, we've told you over and over again, this is going to be a 10-year war, that this is going to continue for at least 10 more years. We said that in 2022, back in February. As Russia was saying they're going to start the war, we said this war is going to last at least 10 years. And now we know it's true. Because Joe Biden guaranteed that the United States has a defensive pact with the Ukraine for 10 years. No matter what president we have, he has now locked in Donald Trump, and whoever wins in 2028, they're locked in too. Whoever wins in 2032, they're locked in too. Joe Biden has locked in 3 presidents into his goal of defending the Ukraine. And I have to ask the question, why? Why are we doing it? These aren't Americans. See, the difference between Hamas and what's happening with Hamas and the America, Hamas killed 34 Americans. Russia, which I do not support, did not kill any Americans in the Ukraine. Hamas captured and tortured 22 Americans out of the blue. Russia, which I do not support, Putin, who I do not support, did not torture any Americans. That's just a fact. I have a vested interest, and I have a very, very visceral reason for why I think we need to be involved in what's happening in Israel with Gaza, because Americans were killed. Someone's dad died because of Hamas. We have a vested interest to never let that happen again. The Ukraine has nothing to do with the United States. Nothing. Americans are not killed in the Ukraine. Americans, well, at least as far as we know, Russia hasn't directly targeted Americans. We know that for a fact. Russia didn't go out and just kill Americans or torture Americans in the Ukraine. As far as we can tell, that's never happened. We don't have the same vested interest. It's political. We had, what do you call them, bioweapons research in the Ukraine that we want to protect. We could have shut it down and just moved it, but we want to protect it. There were agreements, the kids of many politicians, like Hunter Biden, work in the Ukraine because the Ukraine was corrupt. That still has nothing to do with America. Nothing to do with America. There's no reason. And we've given them so much money. We have given them well over $200 billion. That is more money than in 2019, the entire GDP of gross domestic product. Everything, the value of everything that the Ukraine makes in a year was $170 billion. We have given them more money than if they did nothing. If the Ukraine could win tomorrow and spend the next year doing nothing but repaying the United States, forget about the United Kingdom or Europe or any other country, if they did nothing but work for the next year just to pay back the United States, they couldn't do it in a year. That's if everything was just like it was in 2019, and they gave us every single penny. It would take a couple of years at least. And that's assuming that the Ukraine did nothing else. Everything in the Ukraine, every single penny, everything they built, every widget, everything they grew would have to be given to the United States. And they would only then, after about 2, maybe 3 years, would they be able to pay us off. And that's not going to happen. You know that. I know that. That's not realistic. That's not going to happen. So what is going to happen. They will never pay us back this money. They will never pay back these loans. We will never get back our investment into the Ukraine. So why are we doing this? I mean, it's a fair question. And Dal, I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second. I just want to ask this question. So why are we doing it? Why are we guaranteeing that the war can continue for 10 more years? Because that's what we did. Joe Biden unilaterally, by himself, said, I want you to fight for another 10 years. And that the United States is going to increase the amount of inflation and poverty in the United States are going to increase so that the Ukraine can fight a war that has nothing to do with the United States for the next 10 years. Why are we doing this? What is the benefit to America? Because you don't hear that answer. No one ever says that. All we hear is, well, we should do that. Why should we do that? It's a good thing to do. Why is it a good thing to do? Because Joe Biden never says why it's good. He says Russia is bad. Okay, I agree. Russia is bad. He says Putin is bad. I agree. Putin is bad. I've lived in Moscow. I've lived in Russia. I understand what KGB agents are like. Yes, they're bad. And why are we doing this? This has nothing to do with us. Why are we doing it? And other than being told, well, then you're just an ist and you're a phobe and you're MAGA, those aren't answers. You get non-answers to this question. And it's a very important question. Why are we doing this? I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm not saying it's not worth doing. I just want to know, why is it worth doing? Give me the answer. As I am being forced, inflation is killing me and every other American. More and more Americans are going into poverty because we are printing money and handing it over to the Ukraine. I just want to know why. Why are we making Americans bankrupt? Just give me a reason that justifies the expense and the problems that America is suffering. And the same answer goes to, and you can ask the same thing in the United Kingdom. You ask the same question in Germany, in France, in Canada. You can ask this around the world. Why? Why? And no one will give you that answer. I think that's very, very, very telling that this is about politics and this is about holding secrets from the public more than it is about national interest. I truly believe that. Now, looking at some comments here, because we are paying attention to comments. And again, if you disagree, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic, tell me. You can even call in to 929-715-8569. I'm perfectly happy hearing someone say, Mike, but here's the part you don't get. Fantastic. Inform us. Because Joe Biden surely isn't doing it. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, look at your elected officials on the left. They're not explaining it. AOC, Ilhan Omar, they're not explaining it. MSNBC, CNN, they're not explaining it. They're just saying, if you don't agree, well, you're MAGA and you're evil. That's not an answer. That's avoiding the answer. Okay, getting back to the comment here. Dow says, makes perfect sense if it's understood that the goal is to completely solidify authoritarian power, spend the American citizen into poverty with no means to recover except to rely on government programs. Government will take care of you. Government's going to micromanage your life. They're going to give you UBI, universal basic income, as long as you obey. The government will be there. They'll make sure you have basic food. It'll be ground up bugs, but you'll eat it and you'll be happy because the government's going to take care of it. And you just have to obey. Yeah, I understand that, Dow. I get that. Dow goes on to say, and right after they approved automatic registration for the draft to ensure that they have a generation of energetic young people to be sent away so they can't dissent or threaten our leaders, quote unquote, here. Now, yes, that is something that a lot of people missed this week, that they did reauthorize automatic registrations for the draft. Now, I do believe we need a mandatory military, which is not the same thing. And back in the 80s, I remember there was you had to register selective service for the draft. And everyone was afraid and said, well, that means we're going to go into a war, and didn't. But again, that was one of the arguments there. But I find it interesting that at the same time we have guaranteed 10 years of war in Europe, is the same time that we're saying we guarantee there's going to be a pool of kids available for a draft. Maybe. And at the same time, as we have reported on this channel, as has been said in the news media consistently, just a month ago, France, President Emmanuel Macron has said he wants to send NATO troops. That's 75%, maybe 80% of those troops. That's American troops. He wants to send American troops into the Ukraine to fight on the ground in a 10-year war that Joe Biden has already approved of. Joe Biden approved of the war. Macron said, well, American troops should be fighting on the ground. That terrifies me, and now we have a draft. And we see in France right now, the French people are protesting. All of Europe has shifted to center right, not to MAGA right, not to oppressive right. They just moved center right. Think about that. That's where most people in America are right now. Most Americans, in every single poll that has been taken in the last 75 years, the average American is center right. And because Europe became more like the average American, the French progressives, who are a minority, only about 15% of the population, that's it, 15% of the population of France is progressive, and they are rioting. Gee, do we see something like that happen here in the United States? Look at all of our colleges. We're looking at 11% of the population of America that is rioting right now. Same thing with BLM. Same thing with Antifa. Same thing with all the autonomous zones, like the Defenders of the Atlanta Forest, that routinely go in and try and firebomb Atlanta, the city, that firebomb things approved by voters because they don't like it, because they have a feeling. And so these are loose threads, but look at the things that are happening in the world. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is looking at the facts as they exist and then thinking about it logically. France has said that they want to use NATO troops to put them on the ground in the Ukraine. 75% of those NATO troops are U.S. troops. When people say NATO troops, they mean American troops. That's a fact. And he said that a month ago. We know that the French leftists want to be closer to China. They've said that a year ago. That's clear. So they want a weaker America, and putting American troops in the Ukraine to fight Russia would make a weaker America. They know that. Europe has decided to become more like America, center-right, than be like France, progressive left. And France is pissed about that. They don't want people to be like Americans, who they already said they want to be like China. They want to be friends with China, not America. They said this. Again, this is a year ago. We covered this. And here comes Joe Biden, who says, oh, and by the way, we're going to authorize a draft and guarantee 10 years of war. Look at, those are the dots that are out in the world as it exists. There's no spin on that. I'm giving you the exact moments of the world as they are. You mean to tell me you don't see the connection? Do you really need MSNBC to give you a spin on that to say, no, but it's all good. It has nothing to do with the U.S. being drawn into a war. Even though we have countries that are saying we're going to be drawn into a war. Even though Joe Biden is preparing America to be drawn into a war. Even though Joe Biden is giving America an excuse to go into a war. It's very upsetting, folks. So I haven't talked about it. I didn't want to talk about it. It's upsetting, and I talked about it on the Friday roundtable. I do invite you to check that out and see that for yourself. Do I have it here? Do I have a link for that? No. No, I don't have that one. Okay. So I do invite you to check it out for yourself to see what's going on with that. By the way, I should have mentioned this earlier. July 9th through 14th. So the 14th of July, we will not, or I may not be doing a show because I will be at Freedom Fest. I am going to Freedom Fest. I will be at Freedom Fest from February 9th until February 14th. So, and I'll be flying on the 14th itself. So I may or may not do a show that day, which is a Sunday. But I will be at Freedom Fest for those days. If anyone in the audience will be at Freedom Fest, please reach out to me and maybe we can have dinner or hang out at a bar, have a beer, and have a conversation face to face. I'd be happy to do that with the audience. I've already let all the members know. They knew that earlier this week. I sent them the notice that I will be in Freedom Fest. This is in the membership for YouTube. That's in the Patreon. They were already notified, and I'll work out with them. Anyone who's going, and any of the members who are going, I'll work out something with them about meeting them in Las Vegas the week of July 9th through 14th. But I did want to mention that. Dow says, that's nice. Well, yes, it's only possible because of you guys. The only reason why I have the opportunity to go to Freedom Fest, to cover the event of Freedom Fest, to do interviews with several of the politicians and individuals that will be there. The only reason I'll be able to have a room and board there is because of you, my audience, that you like, share, and subscribe. Because people notice that you are paying attention, that's why I have the ability to go to Freedom Fest, why I have the ability to do the interviews that I will be doing with all these various political figures and politicians. I'm trying to get Thomas Massey. I'm trying to get Ice-T. I may get Maj Toure, someone we've spoken to before on this channel. We're going to try and get a few others. But I just wanted to make sure. And I know I should have started the show with that, but whatever. Okay. Dow says he's working. Well, you know, I'm giving people heads up so that you guys know. But that being said, so we've been talking about the international. And feel free to clip out any part that you want, share it with your friends. If there's someone who disagrees with any of it, I'm always happy to hear your comments, whether it's in the comments after the live stream or during the live stream. I'm always happy to hear your voices. Just be respectful. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. I think I've made my case, again, why these things are happening. But I'm happy to hear if you disagree. So that's the international. Let's talk a little bit about the domestic. Let's move more towards what's happening here in the United States. The world is militarizing because of the weakness of the Biden administration, because Joe Biden has run away from every conflict. Joe Biden has tried to minimize every conflict. Joe Biden he's run away and minimized every conflict because he wants to win the next election. And every country in the world has recognized that. And every country in the world is taking advantage of that. And that's why we are seeing the world become less stable, and we are seeing more military threats around the entire globe. That's why we can see what's happening right now. This is all directly because of Joe Biden. It all goes back to September 1st of 2021. Everything comes out of that moment when he said, oh, there's 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan and I don't care. That's the first moment. That's the domino that let everything that's happening in the world right now, that's why it's all happening. Why we're talking about 10 more years of war in the Ukraine. And the United States on the hook for all of that. And that means that people will become more poor because of inflation. And there will be less kids who are going to be fed. And there are going to be more people who are going to be homeless because the money that we could spend on them for the next 10 years is going to be spent on the Ukraine. And for 10 years, you will hear France and China and other countries, they're going to push and push and push to get NATO troops, in other words, United States troops, on the ground in the Ukraine to fight a war that has nothing to do with us. Scary. Scary. And I don't think this would happen if your dad, like my dad, said, you're not a victim. Don't pretend like you're a victim. Ask questions, fix the problems. I don't know. We don't do that anymore. Now that's considered a bad thing. I don't know how, don't know why, but that's considered a bad thing now. I don't get it. So let's talk domestic. Nancy Pelosi lied to you. That's not me saying this. This is coming from the Committee on House Administration. The chairman is Brian Steele. This was released on June 11th, 5 days ago. And this is based on video that HBO had in its possession. So Democrats knew about this. Nancy Pelosi absolutely knew about this. The January 6th committee had access to this information. Knowing this, knowing Nancy Pelosi, and decided the American people don't need to know this. They decided they would hide this from you, that they would just forget that this exists, that this context, this information, this vital information about what was going on with the National Guard, about who was responsible for not allowing the National Guard to be involved on January 6th, that the Democrats tell you was an insurrection. They, according to the Democrats, this was an insurrection and it should have been stopped. And there was National Guard. So who didn't activate the National Guard? Whose fault was that? Well, today they will tell you, well, it's Orange Man bad. It's his fault that the National Guard weren't around. It's his fault that they didn't get involved. Except on the day, on January 6th itself, as it was happening, the same question was asked by Nancy Pelosi. And she said she was responsible. It was her fault, not Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't do something wrong. It wasn't Donald Trump that made America weak. It was Nancy Pelosi. She was the problem. She made the mistake. It was her fault, no one else. And these are her words, live, unedited. We've seen the video. We have all seen the video. It is unedited. These are her words. She has never denied that's what she said. She's trying to give you a different context now. She is, since that day, she's changed her tune about, oh, well, now that you saw what I said, it doesn't mean what you think it means. Your eyes are lying to you. Your ears are lying to you. Nancy Pelosi has the truth now. Don't mind the truth she said then. The truth she said when no one was watching, when no one was paying attention, when Nancy Pelosi wasn't worried about the rest of the world hearing what she had to say, when Nancy Pelosi wasn't concerned about the politics, when she was living in the moment at that situation, she told you the truth. And today, now that she has politics involved, now that she has a political ideology to protect. Now that she wants to justify her actions and the donations she has received, now she has a different opinion. But she told you the truth then. Now, a lot of people will wonder, and a lot of people will, you hear this saying all the time, drunk people tell the truth. Well, and that's pretty much true, but I'll also tell you something else. As someone who has lived through earthquakes, fires, floods, I've lived through a coup, I've lived around the world, I've gone through all of these things. I've talked about it on a regular basis. When I lived in Russia, when I saw the tanks rolling down the street, when I was in Soviet Georgia, and people were firing off weapons, the machine guns at each other across the street. Yeah, I was in those moments. I was in the earthquake in Northridge. Yeah, I've been through some of these experiences. And as someone who's gone through that, I can tell you that what people are doing in those moments, not before the moment, not after the moment, but if you are to watch people in that moment, in these natural disasters, you will see the truth. You will see the reality through their eyes, through their voices, through their actions. You will see the truth. Because when you are going through these life-changing moments, when you have a coup that is happening and there are tanks rolling down the street, when the ground has broken open and buildings are collapsing, you don't have time to think of politics or ideology. You're thinking of survival. You're thinking of, how do I get through this moment? How did this happen? How can I stay alive? How can I keep myself and my loved ones alive? You don't have time to filter politics into that. The most honest people are people who are in absolute danger. And when you have a massive danger, something that they feel is threatening their lives, they will be point blank honest. And Nancy Pelosi in a limo leaving Washington, D.C., thinking that there might be a coup. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. In her mind, at that second, on January 6th, in that armored limo, driving away, she thought there might be a coup. She thought her life and the life of her friends and family were in danger. In that moment, she is being honest with you. She is being honest because she wasn't trying to play politics. She was trying to survive. She was trying to make sure she and her family would survive. It doesn't get more honest than that. And in that moment of her honesty, in that moment of absolute honesty for her and her family, not because she's playing to the camera, not because there's some kind of spin going on at MSNBC or CNN. No, she's being honest, and she says she is responsible. She was the one. That's not Donald Trump saying it. It's not the right saying it. It's not MAGA saying it. Nancy Pelosi said it herself, and no one made her say it. No one coerced her to say it. She did it of her own volition. She was speaking honestly in that moment, clearly. She was clear-headed. She knew what she was saying. She was evaluating exactly what had happened and how it happened. And she said she was responsible. Not Orange Man Bad, not the Republicans, not MAGA. She was responsible. If anyone on the left would like to dispute that, anyone, I'd be happy to have that discussion with you. If there's anyone who says, no, Mike, you don't think clearly in a life-threatening situation, that if you think your life is endangered, no, you don't think straight, I'll be happy to have that discussion. And there is enormous amounts of evidence out there that people are absolutely more honest and more true and more accurate when they are in what they perceive as a life-threatening life-threatening situation. Whether or not it is life-threatening, whether or not it is dangerous, has nothing to do with it. If you think it is, you become very crystal clear about your thoughts and what you're saying and what you're thinking. And you become very honest in those moments. That is a truism. Doesn't matter what language or what culture you grew up in. Doesn't matter whether you're male or female. It has nothing to do with other than you are a human being. And this is what human beings do when they think their life is in danger. You analyze, you make concrete conclusions, and you make plans. And that's what Nancy Pelosi did in video, unedited video, video created by Nancy Pelosi's people that Democrats wanted to hide from you. As a matter of fact, it's not that they wanted to hide it from you. They did. The Democrats did hide this from the public. They always had access to it. They always knew it existed, and they never gave it to you. They never told you it existed. They lied to you. They hid it from you because they knew their story, their narrative falls apart. Sounds kind of untrustworthy to me. I mean, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but that sounds untrustworthy to me. That sounds like they're trying to manipulate you. That they know they are manipulating you because they have an essential fact that many people are aware of, that we've been talking about it for a long time. We've known that who controls the Capitol Police? Nancy Pelosi. Not Donald Trump, not the left, not the right, not anyone, not even Mayor Bowser. They're controlled by Nancy Pelosi. They answer to Congress, and Nancy Pelosi was the speaker. It was her control. Who had control of the Capitol Police? Who had control of the National Guard? Nancy Pelosi did. Not Mayor Bowser, not Orange Man Bad. Nancy Pelosi did. Because that falls under Congress, because it's Washington, D.C. She had control. She knew this. We knew this. But she hid this from us so that she could lie and blame anyone else and everyone else and try and push this message that it was some kind of evil insurrection, and that's not true either. There's no evidence of that anywhere. Yes, Dow. For those who are wondering, the footage which HBO has, HBO, a television company, an entertainment company, had the footage, not the news media. And yes, it was footage that was taken by her daughter in the armored limo. So it's not like they can even try and say, oh, well, we know who took it. It's authentic. Just like we were told, oh, well, the laptop, it's, Hunter Biden's laptop, that's not real. And they're trying to, I've heard people try and say, well, the video's not real. It was Nancy Pelosi's daughter in Nancy Pelosi's armored limo. Nancy Pelosi admits that was her. She said this. These were her words. They don't deny that. They're just trying to change the context and say, no, but you understand it the wrong way. I feel today differently than I felt then. It has a different meaning today than the very clear and explicit meaning it had then. And people are trying to say, well, no, but it can't be real. Yes, it is. Hunter's laptop wasn't real. Yes, it is. We've known for years. We knew immediately that Hunter's laptop, yeah, it was always real. The FBI knew it was real. Everybody knew it was real, but they denied it because it might change the way you vote. And that's too much. And Same thing with Nancy Pelosi. If you knew that she was responsible, you might have voted differently in the midterm elections. You might vote differently in 2024. So they told you, it's not true. We're not going to talk to you. We won't even tell you that it exists. It's evil. That's evil. That is manipulation, folks. Dow says HBO had it probably as part of material for a Nancy Pelosi documentary. Well, actually, as I understand, it was for a documentary about January 6th. And AOC is the one who let them know, clued them in that this video existed. Because they're doing a whole thing on January 6th and how this affected various women. So, no, it wasn't about Nancy Pelosi, but it is about January 6th. And apparently, we're seeing HBO do the job that that we're not seeing CNN or MSNBC, ABC, or CBS. The news media aren't doing their job. The news media aren't being honest with the public, but HBO, an entertainment company, is. That's terrifying. That the implications of that are terrible. So, I am going to get to RFK. Trust me, folks. I am not ignoring RFK. There's news about RFK, the 2024 election. There's news about the economy. Several things we want to talk about. But we're at the 2-hour mark. Before we go on break, we normally, for people who are new to the channel, after about 2 hours of me talking, and sometimes we get phone calls in between, sometimes we get, we have the different texts, like you can see with Dow or Hot Chicks or Mike Bowie, depending on the comments. Right around 2 hours, we usually take about an hour because my puppy, my dog, is 13 years old. So this is about the time that he'll wake up and he'll want to go for a walk, and we usually take about an hour off, somewhere coming back. So we usually come back somewhere between 5 and 6. We take a break and then we come back. So before we get to that break, I did want to address the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court decision that we saw, because I think this is very important, because it's kind of like what we saw with Nancy Pelosi, that the truth is getting out, but it's being filtered. It's being recontextualized. It's being remade. It's kind of like when we see the reality is that cities, Democratic, leftist, progressive cities, are firing police. They're reducing their police forces, but they're saying, oh, but it's not, we're not defunding the police, but the same effect is happening. They're calling it something else. They're thinking of it in a different way. The result is exactly what you expect it to be. We have less police. And because we have less police, less people are being arrested, so the rate of crime is down. Mind you, it's not down to where it was in 2019. It's just down from where it was in 2020. Well, 2020, you had Antifa rioting across the country with 22 autonomous zones across America, breaking the law everywhere, burning down cities like Minneapolis, like Dallas, like Austin, like Boulder, that they were killing people on the streets of America. Well, yeah, we're not near there. Things have calmed down since that time, but there's more crime and there's more violent crime than 2019 when life was normal. So we're down from the peak, but we're still above the norm. And I think that's very important. We've been saying this for weeks now. The Biden administration and those that are trying to fortify the 2024 election love to leave out from the peak. When they say, well, inflation's down, from the peak. Crime is down, from the peak. It is up from the norm, but it is down from the peak. That doesn't mean that you're doing better. It doesn't mean that things are normal or even close to normal. It just means that you're down from the peak. And because it's an election year, They leave out the important part, from the peak. And I don't care how far left you may be, there is no one in the news media, no one who does politics for a living, no one will deny that this is correct, that I am speaking the truth, and that there is empirical data. I don't care how you can look on the left or the right, look at the government data. I am absolutely correct that it's from the peak. There's no way around that. They just leave it out. Because the only thing they care about, the only thing they think will affect the election is, oh, inflation is down from the peak. Oh, but crime is down from the peak. They don't want to talk about the rest of it. Because saying from the peak reminds you that Bidenomics has failed. That the Biden policies about open borders have not made you safe. Biden's policies about gun control have not made you safe. That Democrats' policies are not making you safe. As an example, in New York City, in New York State, you're not safer today in New York State than you were in 2019. You might be safer than in 2020 when Antifa and BLM were running around pulling people out of bars and beating them. Yes, you're safer than that, but that wasn't normal. That was an aberration. That was the extreme. But you're not at normal. You are nowhere near normal. I say all that, let me get on. So I say that because, well, your safety is important. And the Supreme Court on Friday made a decision that gun safety is important. Biden says today's Supreme Court decision strikes down an important gun safety regulation. Wait a minute. So the Supreme Court decided that the ATF cannot make up laws on their own. That's what the decision was. That's what they decided. The Supreme Court said that the ATF, an agency inside the government, does not get to create law. They don't get to make it up on their own. Congress makes laws. The ATF enforces the law that Congress made. The executive branch of the United States government, which the ATF is part of, the White House, they enforce the laws that Congress makes. They don't get to make their own laws. They don't get to make up brand new laws because they feel like it. That's what the Supreme Court said. It was very clear. It's very obvious. Joe Biden says, well, they struck down an important gun safety regulation. It wasn't a regulation, it was a law. That's what the Supreme Court said. They don't get to make that law. See, that's the problem. The ATF made a law, and the Supreme Court said you can't do that. Now, it is absolutely true that if Congress said that they wanted to make a law, and the ATF said we're going to enforce it, no one would have a problem. This wouldn't have happened. So it can't be that important gun safety. There was no law. Congress didn't make the law. Now you may stop and say, but Mike, what is this about? Bump stocks. This is the bump stock ban. The bump stock ban said that after years, after decades of bump stocks existing, millions of people owning bump stocks, the ATF suddenly changed its position after the shooting in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas mass shooting, and said, well, because this one guy decided to use bump stocks as part of his psychotic terrorist action, well, then we have to get rid of all the bump stocks. But they don't have the right to do that because bump stocks aren't illegal. Because Congress didn't make bump stocks illegal. because bump stocks don't transform your firearm into a machine gun. Doesn't happen. Just because you have a bump stock doesn't mean that your handgun, that your rifle suddenly becomes a machine gun. Does not happen. Is not possible. It's just physically, it's a matter of physics, not true. Completely untrue. Will you fire faster? Yes. Did the guy in Las Vegas fire faster? Yes. Was the problem of the Las Vegas massacre, was it that this guy was firing faster into crowds of people, or that he was firing into crowds of people? Well, the answer should be he's firing into crowds of people. There's something wrong with that maniac, that terrorist. It wasn't about the speed he was firing into the crowds. It was that he was firing into the crowds. Did we not understand that? That the focus here should be on why did the maniac decide to shoot at innocent people, not how fast the maniac was shooting at people. Because the problem isn't how fast was he shooting. The problem was he's a maniac and he's shooting at people. Does that not make sense to people? Did somehow people not understand that? Is that somehow unclear to people? I don't know. Maybe, let me make this big screen. Is it unclear to people that when there is a mass shooting, I don't care where it takes place, anywhere in the country, doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter where it is in the world. When there is a mass shooting, no matter where the mass shooting is, the problem is the mass shooter. It's not about how fast that the mass shooter is, how fast they're firing a firearm. It doesn't matter what firearm they're firing. The problem is the mass shooter, that they are shooting innocent, defenseless civilians. That's your problem. That's the issue. I don't care what gun they used. I don't care how fast they fired. I don't care the color of their skin or their religion or their politics, because none of that prevents the same thing. This is a maniac shooting at civilians. You can change the gun, you can change the rate of fire, you can change their politics, change their color of skin, their religion, their gender. None of that is fundamental to shooting civilians. See, that's the fundamental thing. If you change that, it's no longer a mass shooting. So therefore, it is the only thing that is important, that it is a mass shooting. Everything else is secondary. Everything else is meant to distract you from their shooting. And the gun laws, we were promised we're going to stop them from shooting. Not to stop them from shooting faster, because no one cares about that. Not to stop certain colors of people or genders of people or religions of people from being able to shoot or own a firearm, because no one cares about that. That wasn't the problem. No, it's shooting innocent people. That's what the gun laws were supposed to protect you from, and they didn't, because they can't. Because the way they are set up, they are not meant to punish the criminal, they're meant to punish the law-abiding citizen. And does this not make sense to people? Is this not clear? Because it seems to not be clear to Joe Biden. He seems to not get it. I don't know why he doesn't get it. I don't understand how he doesn't get it, because it seems to be very, very clear. So let's go back to it. And again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear your reasoning why. But I think I'm very clear here. I think I've been very clear about it. He says, so it strikes at an important gun safety regulation. Is it? Because the bump stock ban, how many times did someone use a bump stock to have a mass shooting? Almost non-existent. How many people used a bump stock after the ban to have a mass shooting? Almost non-existent. Therefore, the law did nothing. The ban did not save people's lives. Were there mass shootings after the ATF bump stock ban? Yes. Did those shootings harm individuals? Yes. Different ages? Absolutely. Different different types of shooters, absolutely. Different types of firearms, absolutely. It did nothing. It isn't important gun safety if it doesn't affect gun violence or gun crime. It's insignificant. There was a insignificant number of bump stock cases before. There's an insignificant number of bump stock cases afterwards. You have affected net zero. There is no difference. There is no change. This is not protecting anyone. Joe Biden is using flowery language to manipulate you, to manipulate your emotions. Does that make sense to people? Do you see what I'm talking about here? So he's already starting off with a lie. So he's giving more power to the ATF than they actually have. And he's telling you that you're safer than you actually are. And he's telling you something changed that didn't change. Okay, fine. He goes on to say, we know thoughts and prayers are not enough. No one ever said they were enough. No one ever said, well, thoughts and prayers will save your life. No one's ever said that. Who said that? Please show me the quote that says thoughts and prayers are the only thing that will save your life. That thoughts and prayers are a bulletproof vest. Show me the politician, left, right, center, libertarian, I don't care what it is. Show me the politician that said that. Because they don't exist. Because no one's ever said that. People have said in a tragic moment when people have died because of car accidents, because of fires, building collapses, earthquakes, and yes, mass shootings, that we send our thoughts and prayers to the family and the friends and the community because we're human beings. That's a normal thing to do. But no one has said, well, I sent you my thoughts and prayers so that earthquake is not going to affect you. That building will not fall on your head. That fire will not burn you. That car will not run you over. No one has ever said that. Nobody of sound mind has ever even hinted at that. But this is what Joe Biden is saying to you. When we read this tweet, we know thoughts and prayers are not enough. No one of sound mind has assumed that it was. No one, no politician has ever suggested that that's all that's necessary. But you know what they did say? Hey, you can get a bulletproof vest. And in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul, like in California with Gavin Newsom, like with Whitmer and many other Democrats, they said, but you can't have a bulletproof vest. But wait a minute, a bulletproof vest isn't thoughts and prayers. A bulletproof vest will protect me. It is passive defense. So I should be able to have that. It does not affect another human being. If I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, you are not affected at all. Will not touch you. Doesn't have any aspect, doesn't change any part of your life. Why can't I wear a bulletproof vest? And in New York State, the answer is, well, that's because it's evil. What? You said thoughts and prayers are not enough. Well, a bulletproof vest is enough. Well, a bulletproof vest will protect me. Why can't I have it? Oh, because that's a bad guy. Only bad guys have bulletproof vests. Kathy Hochul, the security guards that are surrounding Kathy Hochul, they all have bulletproof vests. Are they bad guys? The Secret Service that surround Joe Biden, they have bulletproof vests. Are they bad guys? How about Chuck Schumer, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Jamal Bowman? All of the security for all these people, they all wear bulletproof vests. Are they all bad people? It's a stupid argument. It makes no sense. When you stop and think about it, it makes no sense. Okay, let me take a step forward. Okay. He goes on to say, I call on Congress to ban bump stocks. That's what the Supreme Court said. That's what the whole point is. Congress has to make the law. The ATF can't. The ATF can't get a stick up their buttocks and suddenly, whim and say, hey, we're going to make a law. They can't do that. Congress makes the law. That's all they said. That's what they wanted. And Congress doesn't want to pass the law because it makes no sense. Because it will not make people safer. Because they're not in danger to start with. Bump stocks are not the problem. Never were, never will be. Bump stocks are not the issue. He says, but I want to call a ban bump stocks, which is useless. Will save no one. Pass an assault weapons ban. We did that before. Did not make people safer. Does not affect criminals. Useless. It was useless in the past. It's useless today. Going on. And take action to save lives. None of these things save lives. We have already passed these bills in the past and currently. It doesn't save lives. We have 22,000, at least, on the local, state, and federal level. We have over 22,000 gun control laws in the United States. That's a fact. We have red flag laws. We have the SAFE Act. We have laws to try and control the amount of bullets that people have, the amount of ammunition that they have, the magazine that they have, the type of firearm that they have. We have regulations that are illegal and unconstitutional to try and prevent people, put roadblocks in front of people to limit them on being able to have concealed carry, to be able to get a license, to be trained to use a firearm. We have a ton of these problems that are just like the reading bylaws in Jim Crow, the South. It's meant to be a barricade, a blockade. It costs so much, you will never be able to afford it. And even if you could afford it, you'd still be denied, which is the status in New York State right now. It's like Jim Crow in New York State. Oh, even if you could afford to go through the process to get a concealed carry, you're going to be denied anyway. 90% of people who go for the concealed carry the first time are denied the concealed carry license. Even if they qualify, they get denied. Spending hundreds of dollars and dozens upon dozens of hours of paperwork to get through that entire process just to be denied the first time so you could try it again. It's meant to be exclusionary. It's meant to defeat you, to deflate you, to demoralize you, to strip away your rights and your freedoms. And Joe Biden says, we need more of that. We need to strip your freedoms, your rights, your morality. We need to take away your motivation to exercise a right that is given to you by God that government does not have a right to take away, shall not be abridged. The Second Amendment is very clear about this. And it's not about hunting. It's not about recreation, because it says nothing about hunting or recreation. Everyone who is honest and fair and true in reading the Second Amendment, there is nothing about hunting. There is nothing about recreation in that statement or in the meaning of any word in the Second Amendment Declaration. None. They know this. It was never about recreation. It was always about self-preservation, always, at every point, even from the government. And that's the part that, Joe Biden doesn't like. So nothing that Joe Biden has said makes any sense. Nothing that he says, especially when you consider the fact, as I have, this is from the ATF itself. This is from the government. The very same people that tell you that you should not be able to have bump stocks. The very same people who tell you it's like having a machine gun. And machine guns mean evil. Machine gun means evil. Machine guns must mean they're weapons of war. That means if you own a machine gun, well, you're committing a crime. Evil must happen because it's a machine gun. Except they leave out the fact that 741,000. This is an increase, because I've been reporting these things year after year after year. Look back in my coverage. I've been talking about the Second Amendment often, and I've gone over this number for years. It used to be 732,000. It is now 741,000 machine guns are in the United States at this time. As of May 2021, there are now 741, just under 750,000 machine guns in America at this second. On average, your state, wherever you are in America, the state you're in probably has 5,000 machine guns in it right now. 0 people have died because of a machine gun in your state. I know that for a fact. The data is very clear. The FBI, the CIA, the entire United States government will confirm what I've just said. There are, on average, about 5,000 machine guns in your state right this second. 0 people have been shot with a machine gun in your state. And we can go back decades upon decades upon decades, and that's true. You know why? 4 people have been in. 4 times a machine gun has been used since 1934 to commit murder. Or actually, to commit a crime. 4. Think about that for a second. Machine guns are so deadly. Oh, an automatic weapon is so deadly. And they tell you, this is the problem with semi-automatic rifles. These assault weapons, weapons of war, an actual assault weapon, an actual weapon of war, a machine gun, is responsible 4 times since 1932. We're talking about almost 100 years. In almost 100 years, there have been 4 incidents with a machine gun. Obviously, being an automatic assault weapon, weapon of war, does not matter. That's not important. Not when there's 750,000 machine guns, at least 5,000 per state. It's not deadly. Machine guns aren't the problem. I'm just making it as clear as I possibly can, because it's bull. Well, bump stocks turn the guns into machine guns. Well, no problem. Machine guns aren't a problem. So even if you want to say, like Joe Biden wants to say, that machine guns are deadly, machine guns are dangerous, machine guns, bump stocks turn firearms into machine guns. Well, machine guns are safe. It's one of the safest firearms you could possibly have. Probably the only thing safer would be owning a rocket launcher or a flamethrower, which, yes, you can own that too. That's under destructive devices, and there's 3.3 million destructive devices. That includes mines and rocket launchers and flamethrowers and tanks. Yeah, 3.3 million. And none of them are being used right now. None of them are being used to commit crimes. So that's not a problem either. Oh my God, Mike, but when we look at the data and when we think about what they've said, it doesn't make sense, Mike, because it sounds like they're full of crap, that they don't know what they're talking about, that we're safe, that these aren't the problems. Yes, machine guns and tanks and flamethrowers and rocket launchers are not the problem. Bump stocks are not the problem. The speed, the rate of fire is not the problem. The number of bullets are not the problem. Your magazine size, it's just not the problem. The problem is the maniac that is shooting. The shooter is the problem. I mean, even people like, Governor Hochul lied to the public, came out and said an hour after the case was decided by Supreme Court, and she came out and lied to people and said, well, the Buffalo shooter had a bump stock. No, he didn't. That's a lie. That is a factual, empirical lie. She was using emotion to try and get you to be on her side. She was trying to twist it. She's hoping that people didn't find out about the correction that she lied to them, because she was just trying to support Joe Biden. She was just trying to make you believe a lie, something that's not true, to make you think it's more dangerous than it actually is, because no one's there haven't been bump stock crimes because there never were bump stock crimes. There was one mass shooting, and in that mass shooting, there were bump stocks, but the problem wasn't the bump stock. The problem was the shooter. Every single time. Mass shootings, the problem is never the firearm, it's the shooter. But they don't want you to think about that. And when we do think about it, and I'll get to the comments, but let's think about this. The big problem is Biden, ATF, this is the same argument they used about pistol braces, which is also something not used to commit crimes, not a problem, not an issue for the American people. If you have a pistol brace, well, that turns your handgun into a machine gun. No, it doesn't. No, it does not turn it into a machine gun. It's not physically possible. This isn't Wile E. Coyote Hollywood physics. This is the real world. And the answer is no, it doesn't. And in that case, again, the Supreme Court said the ATF doesn't get to make up their own laws, that they don't get to change the rules. This Congress does not agree with them. They did not make this a law. So the ATF doesn't get to suddenly deny people their rights and treat them and turn them into criminals just because the ATF feels like it. It's not real. Gets even worse. We know that this is the same thing. This argument by the Supreme Court is the same argument they made when talking about the FTC, when they decided that they could make a brand new law that says that they're going to change contract law, that non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, the FTC decided, oh, well, they don't count anymore. They're not real. They're not legal anymore. Well, you can't do that. The FTC doesn't have that power. They don't have that right to just change contract law in the United States. They can't do it. Congress could do it, but the FTC can't. They don't have that right. They don't get to make laws, which is why they're being sued by everyone. Everyone is suing them because they don't have that right. Ooh, my camera just overheated. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we go. I know it's bright behind me. Can't help it. Not supposed to be using this camera in the first place. Oh, there we go. So the FTC is suing, and they're being sued all over. And the FCC is being sued. Same thing. Notice there's a similar thing happening in court after court after court, in case after case after case. That agencies, parts of the government, have decided that they're going to make up their own laws. I covered this. This was a Friday roundtable where we were talking about the FTC and the FCC as they were making their own laws. This was 1 month ago. This was April 26th of 2024 when I was having the conversation with the guys on Friday talking about the government doesn't have the right to just make it up. These agencies don't get to make their own law. It's just not possible. And I know some people are saying, but, and we'll get into Hunter Biden in a minute, but, oh, well, because of this, Hunter Biden gets to go free. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. But I hope I've made it. Oops. Hang on. I hope I am making it clear for everyone to understand that it's just not realistic. You're not being made safer. These things aren't about your safety. This is about control. This is about the government, especially under the Biden-Harris administration, saying that they have control over you, that you have no rights, you have no freedoms except when they give them to you, which is a perversion of the American constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. Constitutional republic. Dow says, for those in the audience still keeping score at home, Kathy Hochul's accusations that a weapon used in Buffalo was equipped with the stock of a bumper, that is a lie. Yes, it is an absolute lie. There is no, and she had to retract it. An hour later, she said, oh, well, that's not true, but we're still talking about you being safe, except it doesn't work. No one is safer because of the bump stock ban. And it was illegal to start with. But that was never the problem. That's like saying, oh, well, I have a large magazine. I have a magazine that holds 20 bullets. That's not the cause of the crime. Just because I have a magazine I could have a magazine that has 100 bullets or 50 bullets or 500 bullets. Doesn't matter. That's not going to cause a crime. As I went over very clearly from the ATF itself, 741,000 machine guns in America, 3.3 million rockets, flamethrowers, tanks, planes. They do not create crime or deaths. They're not a problem. So the problem is not how fast the bullets are firing. Does that not make sense to people? Is it not simple enough? I know, no one gets told the reality. No one gets to see. This is buried. I mean, the ATF numbers are buried. They hate when people get to see the actual government numbers. And by the way, and I know someone will say, but Mike, those numbers are from 2021. These are the most recent numbers from the ATF. If there were more recent numbers, I'd give them to you. But the ATF will not provide the public with numbers from 2022 or 2023. So I can only go by what's in 2024. And I would tell you it's probably gone higher because I've covered this before and the number has increased from 732,000 to 741,000. I would imagine if that's the case, the trend we've been seeing over the last decade is there's more machine gun owners in America. There are more people who own rockets and tanks and flamethrowers today than back in 2021. And you are safe because that's not the problem. All right, folks. Dal says 400 shell clips stuffed in magazines. Politicians. That wouldn't even work. Any gun owner, no matter how many bullets you have, not going to make a difference. It's a shooter, a crazed, demonic, evil shooter, like the Tennessee trans shooter. They were evil. It doesn't matter what firearm they used to kill the 3 9-year-old children. We don't care about what weapon they used or how many bullets they fired at those 9-year-olds. Do you care how many bullets they fired at the 9-year-olds? Of course you don't. Because that's not important. You don't care if they fired 50 times or if they fired 6,000 times or if they fired 3 times. What you care about is 3 9-year-olds died because the Tennessee trans shooter was an insane maniac. That's what you care about. That's the problem. And you don't care about which gun it is. They could have been using a shotgun, a handgun, a rifle. They could have been using a missile launcher. You don't care. You care about the 3 9-year-olds that died. Because that's the important part. That there was a maniac that killed 3 9-year-olds. That you care about. The rest of it is politicking. I mean, let's be honest. That's the truth. All right, folks. So it is currently 5 o'clock. And at 5 o'clock, we normally take a quick break because my puppy, Mr. 13-year-old spoiled brat that he is, likes to take his little break right now and run me around for an hour, no matter how hot or if there's a ton of rain, he doesn't care. Hi. Come on, say hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi. Yes, I know. I love you too. All right, go down. So he's waiting for me to take him out. So we're going to be gone for 1 hour. We will be back at 6 o'clock, and we'll pick back up. We will talk about Hunter Biden. We'll be talking about the 2024 election. We'll be talking about RFK and what is happening. News media has really talk about burying the news, burying the lead. The news media is hiding. There's a debate in 2 weeks. There is going to be a 2024 presidential debate that is supposed to inform you about the candidates, and it seems that CNN is playing games. They're trying to fortify the 2024 election. They want to deny you the ability to find out what's truly happening. I will explain that in just a little bit. And yes, Grace, he is a sweetheart. I do love him very much. But we will talk about all of that when we get back in 1 hour. In the meantime, we're going to have a video. I think this is from 2019, I believe. That should be interesting for you guys to keep you occupied. Is that it? Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as we're going to be talking about a very important subject. There's been a lot of breaking news that's been coming out today about allegations in our schools. The safety of our children is in question. There are issues that many want to silence for the wrong reasons to prevent being able to take care of our children. And it's something that was brought up to me by one of the members of this audience, an issue that's now being covered throughout the nation. I want to get into this. I'm going to have a guest on to speak about this and to give some more insight, and I want to hear what you have to say about it as well. But before we get started with that, I do want to mention that if this is the first time that you are seeing the channel, we welcome you and thank you for joining us here today. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We go on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, to hear your tweets, your chats, and your phone calls so we can hear your voice, your speech, because we believe in free speech. Whether your government, whether the internet overlords agree or disagree, we want to hear your voice. And so we hope to see you join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to express your free speech with us. It is important, and we thank you for that. So let's get to the issue of what's been breaking today. And I think you've probably seen this coming from NBC and CNN. It's some news that we've been hearing about for a couple years. In fact, let's take a step back for a second so we're understanding the situation. If you may recall, back in 2018, NBC News was mentioning that there is no link between trans-inclusive policies and bathroom safety. Now, that's the big subject that we're going to be talking about today, and its consequences. A lot of people have said, well, trans rights, you have to be able to declare yourself whatever sexual gender that you prefer at any given time, and that individuals upon that making that declaration can use any bathroom, can go into any private space whenever they wish to. And there have been people who said, while we respect trans rights, we respect people who are transgender, there has to be some greater concern here. We have to pay attention to exactly how we're writing the laws, because some people will abuse them and use them to harm individuals, children, and women. Now, according to in 2018, on this subject, which has been hot button for several years, 3 years now, we heard that NBC stated from the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law, they stated, quote, opponents of public accommodation laws that include gender identity protections often claim that the laws leave women and children vulnerable to attack in public restrooms, said the lead author Amira Hazenbush, but this study provides evidence that these incidents are rare and unrelated to the laws. That's the position we've heard from the left. That's the position you've heard in the news for 3 years, that this isn't really a reality, that people who have said, we want to protect our children, we want to protect women, we want to make sure that they have their safe spaces, that isn't real. Well, let's move forward a little bit in time. And we're going to go straight to June 22nd of 2021. And what we see is a story that was almost exclusively reported by the right, and the left really didn't want to touch this story, that a man, actually 2 people, were arrested in Loudoun County in Tennessee at a school board meeting. Now, you may recall, parents at school board meetings have now been labeled domestic terrorists. And this is why that ruling from the Biden administration has come about. Because parents are looked at as domestic terrorists because of this case. Where in Loudoun County, Virginia, a gentleman, Scott T. Smith, of Leesburg, was arrested and charged with obstruction of justice and disorderly conduct because he was complaining about the transgender ruling of the school board to allow individuals who claim to be transgendered access into women's bathrooms and changing areas, and that this had an effect on his daughter, and he was against this rule. In the initial reporting on this, you really didn't hear why he was upset, only that he was complaining about the law, that he was complaining about transgenders being able to have the right to go into any bathroom, and that was all. The reporting didn't get into why was he complaining, what was he complaining about, what was the basis of his argument. You didn't see that in the reporting from WJLA News, which is News 7, ABC News 7 on June of 2021. In fact, if you went to the Daily Cost on June 23rd of 2021, the Daily Cost, a left-leaning source, said, "My school board is under attack, and soon yours might be too." Again, feeding into this idea that parents are domestic terrorists for trying to protect their children in schools. And in that article, the only mention of the Loudoun County arrest, the school board meeting, which was the focus of this article, they only mention, and as you can see on the screen, this is the image, a tweet from an activist, an individual called Activist Kathy, saying that the school board meeting showing Mr. Scott being dragged away by police and under arrest. And their argument is he is worried about gender pronouns. His gender pronoun is almost showing that this is the argument from the far left, as per the Daily Cost, that this is about the words we use, that people are upset about using gender neutral or gender correct pronouns. And that's really important because we saw later in August of 2020 that local lower courts found that school transgender bathroom policies, which would separate students based on their biological genitalia, are unconstitutional. And we saw that this was in Richmond, Virginia. Again, same state, Virginia, where this issue is a hot button issue. And stating that individuals like Gavin Grimm, a former student at Gloucester High School, who was required to use the bathroom according to their biological birth gender, in this case being female, would not be allowed to use a male gendered bathroom. And they found the Richmond Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals found that this was unconstitutional. That if you declare yourself as transgendered with no changes to your biological makeup, you can use whichever bathroom you choose. Now, I've been going over all of that for a very specific reason, because since that time, over the last 3 years, what we really haven't seen in the news is, why are people making this? We've been told it's because of speech. We've been told it's because people are racist, because they're transphobes, that there is no reality to the question that's been asked. But that isn't really the honest answer, because what we did see, and I'm about to get to my guest in just a moment, but what we did see, and I'm going to go to the Guardian newspaper talking to us about, and this is from September 2nd of 2021. Do you remember that in LA, there was an individual who claimed to be a trans person in a women's spa in LA, the We Spa incident, where this individual who was on video as exposing male genitalia, claimed to be a trans person, took advantage of the trans rights laws in LA, and allowed themselves to be exposed to women and children in a area that they thought was a safe space for them. And as it turned out, after 2 months of being told that this was a trans issue, that the people who were complaining were racist, that they were transphobes, as it turns out, that individual was arrested because of indecent exposure. That the women had a case, that this wasn't about transphobia, this was about indecent exposure and women being placed in danger. Well, you know what? It's not the only one. Let's go back to Loudoun County, Virginia, where we actually finally have found out why Mr. Scott Smith was actually arrested. What we found out is Scott Smith was trying to reveal at that school board meeting that his daughter had been sexually assaulted in the bathroom by an individual who claimed to have trans rights and was in a skirt and assaulted his daughter sexually. And that individual was then later taken, the school board, being aware of this, trying to not let this get national attention, said that they tried to keep this quiet, suppressed the police reporting, and took that individual who committed the assault, moved them to another school where that same individual 4 months later assaulted another female student, which might have been prevented if Scott Smith was allowed to make his complaint, that if the news media had properly reported his complaint, instead of labeling him as a transphobe, as Daily Kos did, if they had actually listened to him, and if they had actually respected what he had to say, and actually tried to protect the children, maybe that second case would never have happened. Now, I've given you the background of what's going on and the fact that people today are finding out that Scott Smith was trying to protect not only his daughter, but other children in the school system, and highlighting the failure of the laws in their effort to become more progressive as possible, and saying that to have these overwhelming transgender laws without consideration of other circumstances, that they are in fact causing harm, and that his daughter and others are now at risk. And now we have someone, and the person who brought this to my attention yesterday, who has some other details and some other information that he would like to speak with us about. He's a credible source for protection for his identity because of the sensitivity of the nature of how he's able to speak with me. I'm going to be not providing his name. I will tell you that our caller, I'm going to speak to him as Joe Public, and Joe Public is on the line with us. And Joe Public, you can hear me, correct?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and I believe you've been online the whole time as I've been bringing us up to date on this news story.
That is correct.
Okay, so have I mistaken or misstated the position, either from the transgender point of view, from the progressive left, the news media, and the investigations that we are seeing ongoing at this moment?
No, I don't think there's any misstatements there. Sadly enough, I think that this whole situation, number one, I'd like to know what a Title IX is for this school, because this should be right up that alley, being that there was a sexual assault that was involved here. And I feel sorry for the transgender community, because this affects them and makes them look bad, and it ruins their case of what they're trying to do as far as what they believe that their equal rights are.
Well, Joe, before you go further, something I don't want to go too far before we explain, because you mentioned one thing that I wanted to get some clarification on for the public listening, and also I want you to explain. Generally, I am aware of your background. I'm aware of your expertise in this realm. Can you first tell us what's Title IX? Because most people think of sports when they think and they hear Title IX. It's almost always used in reference to sports, so they may not understand that. And can you tell them some hint of why you're familiar with these subjects?
Well,
as best you can.
Okay, well, basically, Title IX is a federal civil rights law. It's in the United States, of course. It was educational amendments in 1972, which prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or educational program receives federal money, as well as, obviously, sexual, how do I want to say this, sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and everyone that's an educator, no matter what your position is at a school, being public school, being a college, whatever the case is, you're supposed to get formal Title IX training, regardless, okay? And I don't understand why this isn't being brought up.
No, it's an interesting subject. I mean, a lot of people, I think, aren't familiar with it. Like I said, many people hear Title IX and they think of sports, because you always hear that.
Title IX is one of those things that's interesting, because professors in colleges, tenured professors in colleges, can actually be fired through a Title IX. It's one of those subjects that you just can't get out of, because it deals with sexual assault, sexual discrimination, all that kind of great stuff.
And that has happened across the country, that it has been used to remove tenured professors, which are notoriously almost impossible to remove from
That's right.
college.
Tenured teachers in public schools, because of the unions, as well as professors in colleges, no matter if it's a university or a community college, a Title IX is pretty much a slam dunk that they're going to be gone. Period.
So now that we understand what Title IX is, that it deals with sexual assaults and the protection of students of whatever gender from abuses by teachers and tenured college professors, let me also ask, you are familiar with this because you're familiar with that field. You have some dealings with it. Is that correct?
Yes, I actually had to get formal training under Title IX for my title, which I don't want to really discuss what that is at the moment.
That's fine. And again, I'm trying to protect your identity. I want people to understand you have some familiarity with this. It's not just random.
Right. Then also, Title IX also protects transgenders as well, as far as they can't be discriminated against as well. So, you know, this is kind of a touchy subject when you start talking about the bathrooms.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
But unfortunately, what happened and why, and as it's being covered up, I'm really surprised that they've gone this far as trying to cover it up, as well as I don't know if this is for the agenda. I mean, they've slammed the father, they've discredited the daughter. I mean, everything that's happened is against what's supposed to happen, if that makes sense.
It seems to be that the school board took a preference. Now, I'm going to show on the screen right now. This is from the Daily Wire investigation, which has been corroborated by the Washington Examiner at this moment, that, again, what was alleged is that on May 28th, a presumably male claiming to be a transgender female, allegedly wearing a skirt, entered the girls' bathroom at nearby Stonebridge High School and sexually assaulted Mr. Smith's 9th grade daughter. And the school board looking to avoid that controversy, similar to the controversy that happened at the Wee Spa, decided, and having seen the controversy at the Wee Spa that had taken place, they decided that they didn't want to have that controversy. They didn't want to deal with that. And so they suppressed this news. They suppressed this situation. That is what is being reported in the news right now. So this is a question, and coming back to you, Joe. So the question is, in your experience so far across the country to what you're seeing, are schools and colleges, are they focusing on the transgender agenda, that policy, that progressive ideology, and going with that in excess such that women, young girls, students are subject to assaults? Is that something that's becoming common in your experience?
Actually, there was something that came across student assembly regarding this, and it was on the bathrooms, and there was a compromise that was made, and this is the argument. In for example, okay, you have a place called the Motel, which is a facility that reintroduces sex offenders back into society after they come out of prison. And the argument is, if someone from a facility like that goes to college and you have gender fluid bathrooms, which personally I don't have a problem with, except for the instance of a sex offender comes on campus, he's a student there, she is a student there, and they get into a restroom, say, for night classes, which happens at a lot of colleges. This could potentially give them, like it did in this instance in Virginia, a predator all the tools that they need to commit a sexual, basically rape, or even any kind of sexual assault for that matter. And unfortunately, when a woman is in a bathroom, a 90-pound woman, 110-pound woman, and a 180-pound man comes in that looks like he's transgender, she's going to be off guard. And at that point, he has a room with no cameras, he has a room with no security, and if it's during the night, in night classes, there's barely anybody on campus as it is. He can do whatever he wants, and it's already too late as soon as he walks into the bathroom, he or she.
Now I want to be clear. That's not to say that people who truly are transgender don't have a right to use restrooms, and they have since the 1970s easily. There are many people who have been living transgender lives for many, many years without any issue. But what we're talking about, and I want to be very specific for people listening, we're talking about people abusing the new laws that basically open the floodgates to anyone, like in the case of Loudoun County, where this individual put on a skirt, used that as their excuse to then be able to commit sexual assault, where we see in the Wee Spa event in LA, where an individual used the excuse of the laws to then expose themselves indecently, and they subsequently got arrested. So the question is more about the abuse, not that someone shouldn't be allowed to be transgender. And I want to make sure it's clear.
And that's the problem. It's the thought of abuse that this could open up the opportunity for someone to abuse this and use it as a tool for sexual assault. And And here we have this improved. Now, on colleges, it's a little bit different than it is, say, in a high school. And the reason why I say that is New York, Megan's law does not apply to colleges because all the students are over 18. So, by the way, it's confidential. When somebody applies to a college, they have to disclose that information to the college, but to the student body, it's confidential, so nobody's even going to know that this person could be a sex offender.
Well, Megan's law dealing with sex offenses.
Correct. And again, to give you another example of this, you remember, well, you and I did some projects with...
Yeah.
Do you remember that one that I brought some student volunteers to? And one of them was dragged out by security because somebody recognized them from the sex offenders list?
Yes, I am familiar with that, yes.
When I went back and talked to the staff, I was told that that's confidential.
And that no one could be notified to be able to be on guard and to be aware that this individual, this sex offender, this convicted sex offender, is in
Correct.
the presence and in the presence of their children as well.
That is correct. So you got the daycare, if you have a daycare facility on campus or anything of that nature, nobody's going to know who this person is. So, you know, granted, the transgender community, themselves, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all because most of them are great people. All of them are mostly all great people. Of course, you always have bad apples in every bunch. But again, I want to go back to the point that having the gender-neutral bathrooms, I believe, just gives a tool for people that want to do horrible things to women sexually. It gives them that tool that they need and gives them privacy as well, especially if it's at nighttime when there's nobody there.
Well, that's a troubling thing. Now, are schools or colleges, are they, the boards, are they willing to even discuss this issue? Are they considering the consequences? Are they even considering what options are available to them? Or are they simply just saying, well, this is a progressive policy and we're just going to go for that 100%. We're not going to consider another option.
I can say that the colleges are, from my experience, they're on the stance of the single stall bathroom, one toilet, one bathroom with a door that can be locked out into the hallway. Those can be gender fluid bathrooms because at that point, somebody can go in there and they're 100% secure. There's no worry of anybody else getting in there while they're doing what they have to do in the bathroom.
Okay.
As far as the multiple stall bathrooms, those are still labeled as men or women.
Okay, so they are abiding by that. So they're taking into account, at least in your state, Joe, they're taking into account that there is that some people would abuse these laws rather.
Potential is there, yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, when you hear from the Biden administration, when you hear from Secretary Garland, and they're saying that, or AG Garland, that anyone speaking about this, that anyone who would question these laws, whether especially when they do so at the PTA, the school board meetings across this country, that's domestic terrorism. How does that make you feel?
Makes me actually very upset because this gentleman in particular that was arrested in Virginia, he was denied his right, number one, to protect his daughter, to warn other parents of what happened, and the school board doesn't even want to say that it even happened. They didn't say that it even existed, for God's sakes.
Yeah, they did. It's been reported they suppressed the reporting of this to the police and to, therefore, the public as well. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and so that brings me to my next concern. As a school board, that these people are charged with protecting the community's children. Obviously, they're failing at that, And when they were called out on it, they called the police to have these people removed.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
You know, it's amazing to me. And, you know, parents, I would imagine, are very concerned when a school board is so concerned with a progressive policy that they are willing to not only allow a sexual assault to occur, but by their actions, a second sexual assault occurs, and they're suppressing that because of politics, because of optics, because they don't want people to know.
And they're trying to hide it. See,
that
in
is
this
so
case,
correct, and it's so sad that they've gone this far. And what even bothers me even more is that they're discrediting the report from this young lady as well. That people actually said, well, we don't believe your daughter.
Well, like, if you're going by the daily costs, what you're saying is they're literally laughing at and insulting this parent in particular, Scott Smith, and many other parents for daring to even question this. They're making this about a question of gender pronouns rather than sexual assault. And they're highlighting individuals like Joy Reid and the Democratic Party and saying, you know, look at this is racist, this is horrible, and that's what's promoted now, the call for domestic terrorism against parents at school board meetings. I find that to be troubling, to say the very least, that they're not willing to even hear that there are problems, they exist, we have seen them in case after case, and we need to take that into account when we're putting out policy that directly affects our children, as well as women and men as well, throughout this nation.
Yeah. It's a very dangerous road that they're willing to go down because, as we all know, you know, especially when you start talking about public schools, we all did stuff we shouldn't have done when we were kids, and there's rules that made sense, rules that didn't make sense. But this is something that is just I can't say I can't even find the words to say what I mean, but to say, okay, listen, we're going to have an open bathroom that's gender free. Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but to have something like this happen and then try to squash it as an educator, how can you do that?
Well, in your opinion, based on your experience, do you believe that there is a concern, a question or a concern that women, female students, even male students for that matter, that they should have in local schools, in local colleges, that there's a concern that they should have now because of this adherence to this far left policy and the willingness to ignore and literally discard sexual assaults that have happened?
Absolutely, at this point. I mean, now, I don't know of anyone in our local area that has this type of attitude or this type of opinion. But if I was living in Virginia, and I do have children, if my children were going to that school, I would yank them out immediately.
Now, you're not in Virginia. We won't mention what state you are in, but let me ask you, in the state that you are in, does that same kind of potential for what we've seen happen to Scott Smith's daughter, that happened to the women at the Wee Spa in LA, does that same kind of potential abuse exist in your home state, in your local schools, in your local colleges?
As I said, there was something that came up, and we were able to negotiate on it. They wanted the gender fluid bathrooms, and many of the people that were involved did understand the concern that a sex offender could end up on campus and could use this for their own use to be able to prey on people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we ended up going with the single stall, one sink, one toilet, and the door had to lock.
So there was a discussion.
Yes,
And because of that
Discussion. That system, that school system, whether college or local, came up with a solution that both respected the rights of those who are transgendered and still provided protections to those who are vulnerable.
that is correct, yes.
Are you seeing? Go ahead.
The argument is this, okay, as far as your transgenders goes, they also, not only do they have rights, but they also have to be protected as well. And what I mean by that is, number one, you don't want someone that, God forbid, that they are a rapist and they're able to corner a young lady or a young man for that matter that's a lot smaller than they are in a restroom at night during night classes or whatever, and are able to take advantage of that. On the same token, you don't want to force a transgender into the wrong bathroom. In other words, how do I want to say this? A biological male that is transgender into a men's bathroom. Again, there's no cameras, no security, or anything of that nature. And you don't want to end up having a bashing. Same thing with a young lady that identifies as a male either if she's in the women's bathroom. You understand what I mean?
Right. No one should abuse someone because of their sexual preferences.
That is correct.
And we're not advocating for that. We're not suggesting that. But at the same time, there is a concern.
Right. So basically, we need to protect everyone. But on the same token, what about that one instance where someone is, God forbid, sexually assaulted, beaten, or whatever, and it could have been avoided by, just by having that single stall rule, basically. And one thing I learned when I was when it came to security issues, most crimes are crimes of opportunity. So, in the case where you have someone like a sex offender, that it doesn't look odd at all for him or her to be in a restroom that's not gender fluid, okay, or is gender fluid, whatever you want to call it, okay. It doesn't look odd for them to be in there. At this point, it gives them the opportunity. Now, if a guy wearing if a 6'2", 240-pound guy just walks into the bathroom, oh yeah, I identify as a female. Okay, no problem. You basically just gave him the license to go in there, and who's watching to find out when he's coming out? Is he just hanging out in there and waiting for the right opportunity for a spray to come in? We don't know.
No, it's a tricky issue, and I think perhaps that middle ground of single stall bathrooms that are able to be locked to provide protection, that may be an answer, although that's not necessarily what we're hearing. And what we are hearing is that, and I'll let you go in 1 second, but to continue, but what we are hearing is, for even bringing up the question, for even saying we need to take precautions while respecting people, you're a domestic terrorist, you're a transphobe. That's the answer from the left. That's the answer from the Biden administration. I think that's kind of insulting. Do you think am I misunderstanding that? Is that not insulting? Is that not troubling?
That's what I'm hearing from all the articles that I'm reading about this whole Virginia situation. I mean, first off, I think there's a huge ethical concern here. What about protecting the children? I mean, if you have someone that clearly sexually assaulted a young lady, a ninth grader, and then you just move him to another school and it happens again, who's responsible for that? And why isn't the Biden administration questioning that as well?
Because
why isn't anybody questioning this? How does this person go from this school to this school, 2 sexual assaults, and nothing's been done to to this student at all? I mean, come on. There's an ethical concern now on the whole school board at this point.
Well, the answer, at least as we've seen from the Daily Calls, is their response is, well, it's the parents' fault for being upset. It's the parents' fault for being upset at a school board meeting and bringing up this issue that was being suppressed by the school board. It's the parent who needs to be arrested because they're a obviously domestic terrorist for being inflamed about what just happened, and that if you were to have this conversation in this nation at this moment, based on the Biden administration's guidelines, if this happened to you, Joe, to your family, according to the Biden administration, you bringing it up at a school board meeting means you're a domestic terrorist, you're a transphobe, and you need to be investigated by the FBI for a transgression, a sexual assault on one of your children. That's what they've said. And that, I think, is troubling for everyone because it doesn't help anyone in this situation. It just
makes more
narrative, and that's the whole problem.
Yeah, I mean, it would make people upset about transgenders because the situation surrounding them unfairly to an extent, because we're talking truly about sexual predators, which is going unmentioned in these stories. I mean,
well, again, I mean, we wouldn't have to have a bill called Megan's Law if there was no sexual predators. You know, I really don't understand where all this is coming from the left when we know they're there. And you want to give them everything that they need. Obviously, in this case, the sex offender uses uses the mask of gender fluid to do their dirty work, and that's real. And that's another shame right there. That's not being mentioned either. Is that this person used gender fluid or transgender to commit a crime, and that's really what bothers me. That's another thing that bothers me. But the thing that I find seriously wrong here is the way that this father and the 9-year-old girl that was assaulted are being treated.
let me ask you. So we've seen, as I've shown on the show, that the news media are saying, if you speak about this, you're a transphobe. We've seen from the Biden administration, you speak about this, you're a transphobe. Do you feel more or less confident about the safety of your family, of your friends, of students at schools and colleges, that they're going to be safer? Or do you feel more fear for their safety? Do you think that the Biden administration is helping the situation? Or have they made it worse by labeling individuals who speak up as domestic terrorists?
I feel less confident in my family's safety. My confidence in the administration has definitely taken a few hits. I'm really worried about the direction of this country at this point. And I feel that as long as this has happened in Virginia, that makes me concerned that what would happen if this happened to my daughter? Would they attack her? Would they attack her character because it's not part of the agenda? Because that's literally what's happened here. Is it's a character assassination because she didn't fit the mold. And my next question is where the hell's Me Too?
That's a good question. I don't know. They didn't get involved in the Wee Spa incident. They aren't speaking about the Loudoun County, or at least no evidence of it so far, about what's happened there. The far left have essentially avoided the consequences, the cause of this situation. Apparently, their concern is the superficial this is what it looks like, not the substance of this is what caused it. This is the problem underlying. And I think that's the troubling part. I think that's the part that needs to be spoken about. And that's why I have you on speaking about this, because I think there's a deeper question when we don't address how can we make this a better law and better protect everyone, rather than, oh, this is the progressive policy, we're just going to go with it, and to hell with any of the consequences for a law that's not fully thought through. Final thought. Let me ask you a final thought here.
Okay.
Do you think, based on your experience with school boards, with colleges, student experiences, do you think that there is more likely to see compromises like you've seen in the school system, where they had a discussion and they came up with a resolution that works for transgender and for everyone else? Or do you think it's more likely that under this current environment, you're going to see more parents oppressed and more potential of sexual assaults?
Well, if it keeps going the way it's going now, as far as like Virginia goes, I foresee a lot more sexual assault happening, possibly. They need to come up with some legislation that makes sense, as in single stall, single toilet, single sink bathrooms for transgenders, so they can be safe, and so everybody can be safe. And unfortunately, you know, like I said, there could be only maybe there's 30,000 sex offenders out there, but it only takes one to get the opportunity to destroy a woman's life after she's raped.
Yeah, and again, and I keep saying this, and I want to say it again, this isn't against those who are transgendered. It's a question of finding policy and having a discussion to develop policy that works for everyone. And when we shut out any one group of people, shut out their voices, when we label them, and when we have FBI investigations into people for trying to find that solution, for trying to highlight the problems that exist, to make us aware of assaults and crimes that have happened, when we are punishing people for speaking in this nation, no one benefits. That's truly what I believe.
The thing is, too, is as educators, they should understand, you don't go after parents' kids. That's not a road you want to go down.
No.
And they have, and now they've actually breached that. So it's obvious that people that are this far, or how do I want to say this far left, okay, they don't care about you, they don't care about your kids. It's all about the agenda.
Well, that should be troubling. I would think that's troubling to any parent, to any member of a community, to see that your government is more concerned about having a political partisan agenda than doing their duty, which is to serve the public.
Yeah.
That troubles me.
Because this shouldn't even be a political issue. This should be a safety issue.
Safety for all.
It really should.
Yeah, the best way to protect and to serve everyone. Not any one group, but all groups and all people.
Yeah, because I can see this on both sides of the coin where it can be dangerous for everyone. Again, when you have a sex offender gets the opportunity to go after a young lady or a young man because he now has a private area to do that, especially at night. And then, of course, you have the situation where, you know, over the years we've always heard about the bashings that have happened to people of the LGBTQ plus community.
Yeah, gay bashing.
And that has to be avoided as well. So we need to have some common sense legislation put through that protects everyone, not just an agenda.
I can agree with that completely. We have to consider the consequences of the laws that we are putting in place. And that doesn't mean that when you ask for that that you're suddenly labeled a domestic terrorist. That doesn't mean that you're some kind of villain or transphobe or anti-gay. It just means that perhaps our legislators should think a little bit longer than, here's the headline in the news, I'll get extra votes.
Right.
At least that's the way I see it. I mean, others may disagree with me on that. I don't think that anyone thinking about it would disagree.
Well, another thing that concerns me too, when you take the whole ball of wax, I really think that in a lot of ways, especially with these school boards, and you see all the protests.
Hey everybody, just a quick little drop in. I just need to let you know, I was getting ready to start up, but my puppy has I don't know, something's going on with my dog. So just give me a few more minutes. I'm going to try and get, bear 1 second. I know what, I'll just play a little bit of the Fridays, what do we call it? I'm going to play a little bit of the Friday roundtable. I shouldn't be more than about another 10 minutes, so call it 6:15. I apologize for the delay and that it's going to take a little bit longer, but you can probably hear my puppy in the background. He's under a little bit of distress, so I need to take care of my dog. It's live, folks, so these things happen sometimes. So please bear with as we readjust and get everything set in place for you. So, like I said, it'd be about 6:15, and I apologize for the delay, but we'll make it work. Okay? I thank you for your patience. And Matthew, no, I won't be able to make it to the Trump rally on Saturday, but I will be back. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host. Oh, but
well, they don't count shoplifting up to a certain point anymore either.
Crime is only crime when it benefits your position and not your opposition. And with that, we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this week's edition of the Weekly Roundtable. I'm one of your co-hosts and co-founders of the Liberty First Foundation, Frank Ranger Port Johnson. To my right is Michael Marshall, co-founder of the Liberty First Foundation, constitutional scholar, and all-around A-plus good guy. Directly below me, Jan Rains, our alternative lifestyle specialist, coming to us from West Virginia, where they're talking about rain and drought in the same time. And of course, without needing to be introduced, I'm not introducing you, because I just said without needing to be introduced. Michael Vasquez, the dragon of the five boroughs, New York's only true independent news personality.
Jan's experiencing that dry rain.
Yeah, I just have regular rain right now.
So, as we were just talking before we went on the air, it's been a very, very slow news week.
Yeah.
Not a whole hell of a lot has happened. So, thanks for joining us, everybody. Good night. Petey Schumer's over there in the audience this evening. Oh, all right. So what was our first? I
don't know what you put up here for us, Frank.
Pardon?
I don't know what you put up here for.
There's a lot of stuff.
Well, our first thing that happened earlier this week was good old Hunter Biden got himself convicted on all counts of the federal gun charge in the state of Delaware.
What a surprise!
And you know, I'll tell you the truth. I was God honest surprised that he was going to be convicted of anything, given the state of Delaware politics. I mean, Joe Biden and the Biden family, as far as in Delaware and Pennsylvania, they're almost gods over there. It's like everybody down there worships the ground that these people walk on, and I don't understand it. You know, I don't understand why. And the jury pool, from what I understand, was like 11 Democrats. One person who worked for, who's retired from the Secret Service, another person whose husband is currently working for the Secret Service, and like 7 out of the 10 people donated to the Biden campaign.
Yeah, but the charges have already, everything he got charged with, and there is more, but everything he was charged with has already been, we've seen the evidence already in all the major news media. We've had years to review this, to look into this, to investigate it. There is no way that he could be found not guilty on any of those charges. It's not physically possible. There was empirical evidence. The question was never, would he be found guilty? In my opinion, the question has always been, what is he going to be sentenced with? Because it's kind of like with Trump. It's not a question, was Trump going to be found guilty? Of course he was. The question is, what is the sentence going to be? And I think
here's
go ahead.
Here's one thing that I find really interesting. Okay, is the quote unquote Russia hoax laptop seemed to make its way into evidence.
Well,
not only did it make its way into evidence, he also acknowledged that it is his, but he also acknowledged that it was his laptop in the depositions that he made to Congress a couple of months ago.
Well, we've known that the laptop has been verified and correct and true by the FBI and the DOJ as early as 2022. So again, the evidence has already been out. We knew this. So again, it's never been a question of the evidence, just the sentencing. And I believe he should be getting the full 25 years because he recklessly endangered children, as well as not only lying on the documents, but lying to the public afterwards with that evidence, empirical evidence in the public realm. We confirm that. So he's unremorseful and or unrepentant, excuse me. He's unrepentant, and therefore he deserves the full weight of the law for his reckless actions and his lack of remorse.
Well, one of the things I thought interesting too is the fact that before the trial, Biden came out and said, if he gets found guilty, accept whatever punishment. And now it's come out that Biden says that depending on what the sentence is, he might intervene.
Again, not something we didn't expect.
Right.
And it doesn't matter that.
And I kind of fully expect him to.
Mm-hmm.
But some things that I find of interest here, okay, isn't so much that he is found guilty. It really isn't. I'm not even that interested in what he gets sentenced to. Other than if it's an extremely light sentence, then we know that they did it just to basically quiet people down.
Yes.
What I find interesting is Trump's hush money trial was supposedly over election interference, but yet we have 51 former members of the intelligence agency that swore up and down that Hunter's laptop was a Russia plant.
Yeah.
It was Russian disinformation. When it was known and it had already been authenticated as being Hunter's, they still came out with this. Plus, this was all orchestrated, not just those 51 former intelligence agency members, but there were other people involved with the Biden campaign, Biden election, that were also involved because they were the ones that orchestrated and found these 51 former intelligence people to corroborate this as being a Russia plant. And that's what I find interesting. Why haven't any one of those individuals been charged with election interference?
Well, one, obviously, politics. Two, statute of limitations. Three, they didn't actually it's very difficult to prove that that was election interference. You have to go back and somehow you have to prove something that is an unknown, which is, would the knowledge of the public, knowing that this laptop existed and the information on the laptop was real, instead of it being blocked, if it had been available to the public, would that have changed the outcome of the election? Because that is, even though there's been studies, there's been polls, there is a heavy likelihood that it would have impacted up to, I believe it's 10 or 11% of the election turnout and the type of voting. Because that's hypothetical, there is no factual basis. You can't factually say, therefore, this is a crime.
And that's one of the felony counts that upped Trump's trial to felony instead of being a misdemeanor.
What, that because it was hush money?
Because it's election interference. Actually, it's two of them.
Well, yeah, but it's everyone. This is why he's going to win on appeal. Because again, there's no connection to the election in Trump's case. And again, we can't charge those 51 intelligence officials in Hunter's case for the same reason. It's the same overextension of law. It's political.
Oh, I don't disagree with you, Michael, at all. It's just, I find it interesting, the hypocrisy.
Oh, well, there's plenty of that.
On it. Okay, and that's what I truly find interesting. But also, I want to see, and they should have already been done, the additional charges against Hunter for the stuff that's on his laptop.
Are you talking
which
about
has been verified and validated?
Are you talking about the underage images?
Yes.
And somewhat sexual positioning?
Yes.
Well, that's not going to happen either. So that's not going to happen under a Biden administration with Democrats in control. That's not going to happen. And if anything, this is all going to be brushed. The reason why this is happening, notice the sentencing for Biden is set for 4 months from now. It's been 2 weeks. We're going to have sentencing for Trump in 1 month. For Hunter Biden in 4 months. What's the reason? Because in 1 month, that puts Trump in the middle of the summer cycle preparing for the election, so that you'll see Democrats have a month to use that news, that sentencing, as part of their Labor Day launch, because that's when the public's general knowledge of elections really kicks off. It's always September 1st, right after the Labor Day weekend. And so they're going to be able to promote that as people tune in to actually start paying attention to the 2024 election. But Hunter Biden's election, which again, many of the questions we're talking about, which will be used in ads for the election, that won't happen until October, late September, October, which is going to, obviously, it's after the peak of attention. It's after Democrats have already been able to set up their counter responses. Basically, they set this up so that they give the advantage to Democrats in the election and take the event and take away any benefit from the Republicans. And there's no excuse for the time difference. They both could be done in 1 month. They just don't want to be done in 1 month. That makes sense to you guys? Can you see the reasoning?
Well, it's always.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's again working to facilitate the election for Biden. It's not working, but that's what they're trying to do.
It's the attempt. This is the reasoning behind it. Whether or not it's successful, different question, but this is why it's happening in the time frame that it's happening. And I'm very sure that you will see Hunter get probably 5 to 7 years of probation, and Trump will get 2 years home. I forget what the word is.
House arrest.
House arrest. He's going to get 2 years house arrest.
Yeah, try and enforce that. Try and enforce that on the president of the United States.
He can still gives him access to YouTube and social media. It will still allow him to do interviews and to campaign from home more effectively than we saw Biden do in 2020.
And it'll prevent him from responding to natural disasters that take place in the country. It'll prevent him from going to summits. It'll prevent him from following the duties of the president of the United States. So that shit ain't gonna fly. So
it'll also prevent him from
anything. If they want to hit him with a 2-year home confinement sentence, they're gonna have to hit him with it and then delay it until after his presidency, if he should happen to win it. They'll suspend. They'll give him 2 years confinement, suspended sentence.
I don't know that they would do that. I think they would. What they would do is they would not commute, but pause.
Well, they're going to have. Well, that's what I said. They're going to. Right. They'll have to suspend it till after.
No, not suspend it. They will enact it, and then based on if he were to win, then in January they would effectively suspend it or pause it at that point until
they're already filing the appeals. Yeah. They're not going to have him sitting in confinement while his appeal is going on. That's usually not how it takes place.
Usually.
Especially for something like this, a non-crime with a non-victim with a non-law.
I understand, but
all I know is this: if I got charged with the same shit that Hunter Biden got charged with for any of the crap that's behind me, I would have not left the courtroom that day. It would have been found guilty, and they would have adjudicated a sentence right there at the same time.
Yes,
would have remanded me to custody, and that would have been the end of it. And you know what else would have happened if I was in there? Now let's go back a little bit. I'm going to share a screen here for you, and I'm going to jump in right here. This is the firearm that is revolving around oddly enough, revolving around the whole court hearing. This is a Colt Cobra 38 Special, 2018 model that he bought and was later disposed of illegally. It was purchased illegally on the 4473 by him saying he was not addicted to drugs at the time he was making the purchase. Now, all right. Number one, this is a weird rope for me to walk because I can't stand the man. I can't stand his father. But I also don't believe that this should have been a crime in the first place.
No, I don't think it should have been a crime.
The entire 4473 process is an infringement on your Second Amendment rights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay,
but
so the fact that he had to fill this form out, all right. I'm a Second Amendment absolutionist, all right. This should have not been an issue. That should have not have been an issue. If somebody is taking a drug and they're addicted to a drug or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that their life is valueless. Doesn't mean that they give up their right to self-defense. Doesn't mean they should give up their right to be able to exercise their freedoms. And the fact that the government tells you, well, if you're taking drugs, you can't buy a gun. Well, why not? There's people out there that have on 100 different prescription medications for a litany of different things that are not considered illegal substances, but they don't have to report that on a 4473, and they can get their firearms. Now, the fact that he said no, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, it's none of the friggin' government's business. Now, yes, it is a crime because that's how it's written. Should it be a crime? No, it shouldn't be a crime. And this is where the Second Amendment community, the conservatives,
I think this is a great case for the NRA or the GOA to pick up.
Right. If they were
challenge the 4473 form.
Right. If they were smart and they wanted to do it, they should look to team up with that and the ACLU, but the ACLU won't do anything about it. Now, but like I said, this is a fine line for those of us in the second community to have to walk, because even though the law is the law and we're supposed to believe and uphold the law, we've all seen what a shit show the law is right now. The law is no longer the law. The law has become a weaponized factor to try and convict people that are not in the political in. If you have an a different point of view, the law is against you. Go ahead, Val.
Well, this is kind of the argument that's being used by MSNBC and CNN to try and get sympathy for Hunter Biden. And they're going to use this to try and justify why Hunter is going to get probation.
Right. They're going to use it. Right. They're going to use it to get sympathy for him. But let me tell you something. You're where in the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
If you walk outside your house, I guarantee you couldn't throw a rock and hit somebody that isn't carrying a gun that New York State would say is illegal.
That being
if any
true,
of the people that you could hit with that rock got picked up with and had that gun on them, MSNBC would not have that kind of sympathy for them.
I understand that, but again, I'm just highlighting for the public. They're using this argument, this debate within the 2A community, but I think they missed something. And I did a very short video on this very same subject. And here's the thing that I think many people miss. 99.994%, and this is an empirical number, by the way. I can show you how I get the math if people ask in the chat. But 99.994% of all gun owners are law-abiding citizens. Hunter Biden isn't a law-abiding citizen. He broke the law. Whether or not we think that law should exist, it does exist at this moment, and law-abiding citizens are following the law. They're filling out the form properly, and when he doesn't, he needs to be punished because that's the law at this moment.
As a debate I had with somebody who I shared the same point of view with, but I also share your point of view in saying, yes, he has to face the consequences because of the fact that it is the law. But we have to look at how do we take this situation and use it to circumvent the law or to at least undercut it in the future. And I use the boxing analogy. Sometimes you got to take a punch for you to throw.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us back. Oh, wait a minute. Is the other camera up? Yes, it is. There we go. Much better. And I'm happy to be back with you, folks. Happy to have you with us. Sorry for the slight delay there. My puppy had a little bit of an emergency. We went out. We came back. He wanted to go back out again. That's what happens when you have a 13-year-old dog. Sometimes he needs to go back out again, even when you think you've gotten everything taken care of. But, that's all right. You got to see a little bit of the Friday live of our roundtable, the live stream that we do every Friday at 9 p.m. It was a great time, and we enjoyed it very much. We always enjoy being with the Liberty First Foundation. And so you got to hear a little bit about the Hunter Biden situation. Actually, it's a good tie-in to where we left off. We were talking about the Second Amendment. We were talking about the bump stock ban, which was shot down by the United States Supreme Court. The reason why they did so isn't because they're in love with bump stocks. It's not because of the NRA. It's not, as Joe Biden would like you to believe, because of fear of machine guns or something being like a machine gun. That's not true. As we said in the comments, in 2010, as many people died from bump stocks in 2010 as in 2023. The number is 0. They're not the problem. Never have bump stocks been the problem. The problem is the shooter. The problem in Las Vegas wasn't the bump stock, it was the shooter, the insane maniac that decided to try and kill people in Las Vegas. That was the problem, not the bump stock. Never has it been the bump stock. And so that's the reality. And why did the Supreme Court say that we need to change our focus? It wasn't because of bump stocks. They were saying that the ATF, just like the FTC, the FCC, like the EPA, they don't get to make law. This is a standard that we have seen across the entire country, and it's been upheld not just by this Supreme Court, but every Supreme Court, that the departments of the government don't just get to make up law. Congress makes law, not executive orders, not the president, not the political party in power. It is Congress that makes the laws, and then we see the ATF, the EPA, the FTC, they enforce the law, as is what the president is supposed to do. It's that simple, folks. And anyone who tells you that it's something different, they have a political agenda. That would be the Biden-Harris administration. That would be progressives and Democrats. That would be the anti-Second Amendment faction in America. They have an agenda, and they want you to be afraid. They want you to have fear. Oh my God, it's machine guns. Well, they always leave out the facts, like 741,000 machine guns owned in America at this time, according to the ATF itself. Not to count the number of tanks and flamethrowers and rocket launchers and mines that are owned by 3.3 million Americans at this time. So they leave out this data. Why? Because you're supposed to be afraid, you're supposed to hold your head down, and you're supposed to obey. And they want you to carry that fear into the 2024 election so that you vote Democrat because, oh my God, those evil Republicans, those evil MAGA, those Americans that want you to exercise your rights as you have had them since birth. Oh no, give up your rights, let the government control everything. And that's really sad. But what happens when we see it's not the government? By the way, before I even go any further about this, we know that this weekend in Detroit, again, several people were shot, and a 9-year-old and an 8-year-old were shot. Now, the shooter apparently killed themselves. I'm not upset about that. But 9 people were injured. 9 people, including 2 young children. A boy was shot in his head, an 8-year-old boy. Another boy was shot in the leg. His 4-year-old brother has a leg wound. This is ridiculous. And guess what? None of it happened because of a bump stock. This wasn't even done, apparently, with a rifle. This was with a handgun, apparently. So where is all this gun control that's supposed to be making you safe? This crime that doesn't exist, where is it? Because every weekend, I guarantee you, without any trouble, I can look right now at Chicago. I can look at Baltimore. I can look across the country, and I can find a similar situation like this one anywhere throughout the entire summer. It's not the firearm. It's not a bump stock. It's not a rifle. Those aren't the problems. The problem are the shooters. That's it. That's as simple as it gets. And everyone who tells you that it's something else, that it's some kind of device, that it's some kind of weapon, they have a political agenda that they're trying to push onto you so that they gain more power and you have less freedom. Every single time. If there is anyone in any Democrat, any elected official, if there's any candidate across America that says, Mike, you're wrong, they disagree with me, which is fine, let's have that conversation. They call into 929-715-8569, and we are more than happy to have that conversation with you. We're more than happy to hear your evidence to prove that it is the bump stock, it's the rifle, it's the magazine size that is the problem, as opposed to it's the shooter. That's where the problem lies. And every week I offer this I offer the opportunity for every Democrat, every progressive, every candidate to be able to answer this question if they think I am incorrect. And every week, you can go back, it's documented. They just don't. Because their argument doesn't hold up to scrutiny. It never does. You're supposed to say, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I won't speak anymore. They want to silence you. They want to they made their statement, they have their feeling, and you are supposed to adopt their feeling. You're supposed to adopt their thinking rather than actually have an opinion of your own. And that is not good for America. That's how we get an authoritarian government, and we run away from democracy. We run away from freedom and constitutionality. And that's something we were talking about on the Friday live stream. In particular, we were also talking about what was happening with Hunter Biden. We're talking about the charges against Hunter Biden. Mind you, there are charges for one gun. As you saw, Frank Johnson, who is a firearms instructor, registered, he brought up, what about that second firearm that we saw being wielded by Hunter Biden off of his laptop that we know is correct, it is true, it is verified, it is his laptop. These are images of Hunter Biden, unaltered, unchanged. They are factual and correct. What about that second firearm that just disappeared? The media doesn't want to talk about it. And the answer to that is either it is Hunter Biden's firearm, which means he had multiple firearms that were illegal because the law says he couldn't have them, or it's an unregistered, which also could be an unregistered firearm, which is yet another crime. Not just that he owns it and he shouldn't have owned it, but also he owns it because it's unregistered, or it's someone else's firearm, which doesn't seem to be registered anywhere. But we don't know because the news media has failed the public and will not look at the second firearm, will not talk about it, because you might vote differently if we have this conversation. If we see the extent of protection that has been extended towards Hunter Biden versus anyone else in America. I mean, it even goes so far as to the sentencing. They delayed the sentencing on Hunter Biden by 4 months. 4 months before he will be sentenced. And in terms of Donald Trump, who did not endanger any children, he did not own a firearm irresponsibly, he did not lie to the public and to the government in getting his license. None of that happened with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is going to be sentenced in less than 1 month. Why is there such a discrepancy? Why is it that Donald Trump is getting 1 month and Hunter Biden is getting 4? That doesn't make sense, except if we're looking at favoritism, unless we're looking at the courts, like the media, trying to make this political and give time for the public to forget, which normally takes 3 months. Every story, every news story that you see, most people have forgotten about it within 3 months' time. Look at the news media and talking about hostages. Most people forgot that there were 34 Americans killed by Hamas because that happened in October 7th of 2023. Most people forgot that. You don't hear that in any protest. You don't hear about the 22 hostages that were taken by Hamas that are tortured. Nobody talks about that in the mainstream media. You don't hear that on any campus that is protesting. All the people who are saying, oh, we support Hamas, you don't hear them ever mention the Americans dead or tortured. You don't hear them. They don't talk about it because they want you to forget. Because you might have a different reaction if you had to say, well, we need to hold Hamas accountable for killing Americans, for torturing American civilians. That's a war crime. There might be a difference there. But they don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to think about the Houthis. I mean, look at this. This is news that's come out since we were talking. And today's Father's Day. We're not seeing news about fathers at all. But the U.S. Navy, according to ABC News, U.S. Navy is facing its most intense combat since World War II. This is a big deal. This is bigger than Korea. This is bigger than Vietnam. This is a major action. This is bigger than what we were going through with the Iraq War. No. The most intense combat since World War II is happening right now. And that's in the Red Sea, fighting against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. The same people that Joe Biden, in one of his first acts in 2021, said, oh, they're not terrorists. Let's give them food. Let's give them water. Let's give them money. He literally said they're not terrorists, took them off the terrorist watch list, and gave them humanitarian aid. They used that money. They used that aid to buy rockets, to buy missiles, that they are now having the most intense combat against the United States since World War II. If Joe Biden didn't change the rating of, or the recognition of the Houthi terrorists and turned them into rebels and gave them humanitarian aid, today we would not be fighting in the Red Sea. They would not be able to have the most intense combat since World War II against the United States Navy. That's the consequence. That's the consequence of that vote. That's what happens when you have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in charge of the United States as the commander-in-chief, in charge of our military. This is their foreign policy. This is what happens. But the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about that because you might vote differently in 2024. You might not vote Democrat if you realize that Joe Biden is at the root cause. His policies enabled the fighting that is happening right now. It is his policies that made it possible that Americans, brothers and sisters, fathers and sons that are fighting on Navy ships right now are in danger because of the Biden policies. Not the Trump, not Obama, not Bush. It is the Biden policies that have endangered their lives. And they don't want you to realize that. They don't want to have that conversation with you. And I think they should. Whether or not you like that, whether or not you like the truth, has nothing to do with that is the truth. It is being reported by ABC News. They just want to word it nicely. They want to word it so that you don't think about the consequences. You don't think about the cause. How did we get here? How did the Houthis get all the rockets? How did they get all the supplies to be able to be fighting with us right now? It's because the Biden administration changed their rating, changed the way they're looked at. Same thing with the bump stocks. Oh my God, be afraid of the bump stock. That's not the root of the problem. The problem is of the crazed maniac. And when we're talking about Hunter Biden, which is a bit different, I know, but when we talk about Hunter Biden, the fact is that he was responsible. Hunter Biden, now, do I think the Second Amendment means that you get to own whatever you want short of a nuclear weapon? Yes. Do you get to own a machine gun? Yes. Do you own a tank? Absolutely. Now, Hunter Biden, according to the law, he can't. That's the law that's in place right now. That's what the Democrats and the anti-Second Amendment groups believe in. That's what they passed. That's the law. I am a law-abiding citizen. 99.994% of gun owners are law-abiding citizens. That isn't a made-up number. That's not something that I just pulled out of the air. That is the factual number. Look at the number of actual gun violence according to the FBI, crime in the USA. Look at the number of violent crimes with a firearm, and then we know that half of America owns firearms. 150 million people own 2.5 guns apiece. Do the math. 99.994% of America who owns a gun are law-abiding citizens. They're not the problem. But Hunter Biden isn't that. And my problem with Hunter Biden, because someone, if you listen to MSNBC, they don't get it. They can't figure it out. If you listen to the progressives, they don't get it. They're like, well, you don't like the Second Amendment. Or rather, correction, you don't like the government interfering with the Second Amendment. You think people should be able to own flamethrowers if they want to. Yes, I do. But that's not the law. And Hunter Biden broke the law, which means he gets punished by the law. He should face all 25 years. But they're trying to set up excuses for Hunter Biden. In fact, here's an article which you can see from Newsweek. Supreme Court decision could upend Hunter Biden's verdict. This is something they published on June 12th, updated on June 13th. No, it shouldn't, because Hunter Biden was guilty. Now, their argument is Hunter Biden, as someone convicted of a federal firearms crime that involves the narrow conduct of falsely swearing on a form, can and will use the Supreme Court's aversion to the government's enforcement efforts regarding non-dangerous possession of firearms in his appeal. Let's really look at this. This is the argument from the left. This is how they're trying to give an excuse and protect Hunter Biden, which protects Joe Biden in the 2024 election. It's okay. He didn't do anything serious. You shouldn't. Well, no. One, Hunter Biden lied. He perjured himself. That's a crime. And we've seen how they've come after Trump and everyone else if they think you might have perjured yourself. So they're not holding him to the same standard they hang everyone else on. But on top of that, the thing that really gets me is it's about him signing the wrong thing on form. No, it's about him disposing of a illegal firearm by putting it in a garbage can behind a school full of children. That is reckless endangerment of the public. That is what happens if one kid found that gun and shot themselves with it, or shot one of their friends because they're playing with it thinking it was a toy. That is reckless endangerment. That's not a narrow, it isn't about he signed the wrong form. He purposefully intended to mislead the government, willfully misled the public and the government, and he endangered the public, which is dangerous possession. That is the dangerous possession of a firearm. That was reckless ownership of a firearm. So even by their argument, see how they're trying to make it seem less? They want you to say, well, it's only because he signed a form. He filled the form out wrong. That's not a big deal. Yeah, what did he do when he got possession? Yes, he signed the form wrong, and I don't think there should be that form. I agree with you there. But what happened once he had the firearm? Did he use it properly? No, he was taking pictures with hookers, underage hookers apparently, and showing it off. He had bad trigger management, and he got rid of the firearm by throwing it in a garbage can. Anyone could have got it. Anyone, including children, which were right next door. See, that's the problem. So they want you to think it's a little thing. It's not important. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. And no, just because the Supreme Court said, hey, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed, bump stocks do not equal you lose your rights. The ATF does not get to make that choice. They don't get to make that a law. They do not get to punish the public because the ATF had a stick up their butt. No, that doesn't mean that Hunter Biden is innocent. It doesn't mean Hunter Biden gets free and clear and doesn't have to serve 25 years for his crimes, his multiple crimes that he lied to the public, said he was innocent for years. He denied the documents and said they weren't real. Let the news media run around saying, no, it's not true, that's not real, until it was all confirmed over and over again. Then tried to use his political influence with his father to get him a sweetheart deal of immunity. He was trying to avoid and evade proper prosecution of the law, of proper punishment. Yeah, he deserves 25 years. He deserves the full punishment because everything he did was reckless and intentional and endangering the public and had no regard, no remorse whatsoever. Is there anyone who disagrees with me on that? Especially people on the left, especially people who are anti-Second Amendment. Do any of you disagree with what I have just said? Because if you do, I don't understand your logic. I don't understand your reasoning. Please explain it to me. Call in 929-715-8569. Explain this to me, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow logic. Even when I'm following the logic the left has put in place, following the rules that the left has put in place, and I'm just applying them equally to Hunter Biden as I would anyone else, and somehow they get a different answer than everyone else gets. I don't understand it. Hey, John, thank you for the comment there. Yes, is it based? Absolutely. And it is also irrefutable. The silence from the left, when you actually confront them and actually question them, they go silent. And their only answer is, well, you're MAGA. That's it. Their answer is, well, you are a far-right extremist. You must be. Must be. You're a Republican and you're owned by the NRA. They have to change the argument. They have to change the focus. They have to suddenly make it about a personal attack, because they cannot continue to mislead the public when they are actually questioned on the details. What Hunter Biden did wasn't non-dangerous, as they want to say here in Newsweek. It is dangerous. It had dangerous consequences. It was pernicious. It was persistent, and it was evasive. He, on multiple levels, deserves every single day that he gets to stay in jail, and it should be the full 25 years. That is my opinion. If someone disagrees with it, I'm happy to hear your reasoning. Please tell me why I'm wrong. Even if you support the Second Amendment, as I do, I am a near absolutist when it comes to the Second Amendment, and that does not absolve Hunter Biden of his crimes and his evasion of punishment for the crimes he made. Not just because I like the Second Amendment, because I support the Second Amendment, does not remove his crime or the punishments that he made. Does not. The left is only seeking to find a way out because they want to protect their own. They want to protect Joe Biden. They want to make sure that this doesn't affect the 2024 election. And I have to believe that every time they do this, it does affect the election, but not the way they think. It isn't helping them. More and more independents, more and more Democrats that do own firearms, more people are looking at that and going, this is purely political. It is manipulation. It is two-tier justice, and it is unfair. It is wrong. And they are losing votes. Throw him in jail. Just throw him in jail. It is that simple. Okay. So I wanted to talk a bit about that because it really does piss me off. It really does annoy me that they keep saying that things that we know for a fact are somehow not the facts that they think they are. By the way, while we were out on break, I should mention as well that during the break, it's come out that House Intelligence Committee Chair Mike Turner, who is a Republican out of Ohio, has stated that the United States is at the highest level of possible terrorist threat. This is after, and we covered this earlier in the show, when we found out that 8 Turkistani individuals were members of ISIS, or suspected of being members of ISIS. And because of the open border policies of the Biden administration, America is under threat. The millions of individuals, even under Biden's new border policy, which still leaves the border open, it just slows the floodgates, still would allow millions to enter the United States, which means we are still at deep threat. And this is what Mike Turner has brought up. We are under the highest level of possible terrorist threat because of the Biden policies. Again, if anyone disagrees with me, I am happy to see your comment. I am happy to see your call, to hear your call, or your super chat about this. You can super chat on YouTube or on Rumble, and I'll be happy to see that super chat and comment on it. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone disagree with the credible news sources from around the world, most of them left-leaning news sources that are providing this information? Information we have provided from the government. And links to every one of the sources. Every single news article we're talking about will be available after the show. It's just amazing to me, folks. It's amazing to me. And it's infuriating. Infuriating. Now, that makes me think, and we've been talking about the 2024 election and the ways that it is being fortified. And this is very different than back in the day with our dads. I mean, my father, back in the day, my father could never have imagined this. He lost half his arm, half his leg. He suffered from PTSD. He suffered from Agent Orange to ensure that we all had rights, that I had the rights to be here talking to you right now, that we could go out and vote like we want to. The life he lived, he couldn't have imagined I would be able to do today, 50 years later. And yet, are we respecting our fathers and the efforts that they put out, the things that they had to suffer to give us the lives we want? I don't think so. I don't think we are seeing that exchange. But in the 2024 election, we now see that even in Pennsylvania, Trump is still continuing to beat Joe Biden. The margin is 2%, which has been about the margin for the last 18 months. More importantly, Biden is losing. He's losing in every major swing state in the nation. He is losing in almost 8 out of 10 polls have Joe Biden losing consistently. By the way, when I say that, I'm not just making it up. This is coming from independent aggregate, looking at every single major poll from Real Clear Politics. Every single major poll is showing you Trump is winning by 2.9, about 3 points. Usually about 2. Over and over again, when you consider Trump, when you consider Biden, when you consider Kennedy and West and Stein, when you're looking at everyone that's in there, Biden is losing significantly. When you look at Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, every single poll system shows Trump is winning every single time. But I thought it was interesting because there is someone else who is in the race. There are 2 critical things to keep in mind. There is a libertarian candidate. His name is Chase Oliver. I've actually met Chase Oliver. I met him in February at the free and equal debate held here in New York City, which included the Green Party and the Socialist Party and the Libertarian Party. And I got to meet both Lars Mapstead and Chase Oliver. Chase Oliver is now the Libertarian Party candidate for the presidency. And currently, no one's been talking about it, but I thought it's important for you to know, where is Chase Oliver? Where are the Libertarian Party? Less than 1%. Currently, if everything continues, if the election was held tomorrow, the Libertarian Party would get less than 1%. Remember, Trump went to them and said, if libertarians were to vote for Donald Trump, he would put one of their representatives in his cabinet, that he would make his cabinet more inclusive, not just because of diversity, because of someone's skin color, because of their sex or gender, but because he would include their politics, their political affiliation, and look out for the third parties, the smallest group, and help them. And if they rejected him, if they rejected his ideology, his direction, well, they would get 3% or less. Well, they went with Chase Oliver, who is definitely the opposite of the Republican values. He's more aligned with the radical left. He's more of a progressive. And they're getting less than 1% because of it. Just letting you know, that's just the reality. That's where libertarians went. They were so upset that Trump spoke to them and offered them a deal that they basically hung themselves. And they're getting less than 1%. They've crushed their own party, essentially. Now, going on beyond that, there was something else that I thought was important in this poll. And I'm trying to remember what it was. Biden is losing support with black voters. Biden had as much as 92% of the black vote. He's down to 68. He's losing over 20% of black voters. And I think that's also important. So that is critical in what we see happening in the 2024 election. Now, one of the things that's also important here, and I remember what I wanted to talk about, is the other candidate, which is RFK Jr. Currently in Pennsylvania, he's running about 3%. But we have a debate coming up in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks will be the first of two debates that were agreed to. Joe Biden said yes to 2 debates. Trump asked for 7. Trump asked for 7, and he was told no. The media ignored it. Biden said yes to 2. The media jumped up and down for joy and said, see how tough and how ready Joe Biden is, because he said yes to 2. Just 2. Normally in any election cycle, we get 3 debates, not just 2. We get 3. That's not as good as 7, but it's better than 2. This year, 2024, to protect Joe Biden, they're going to keep that down to just 2 debates. That's kind of insulting. But on that debate stage should include RFK Jr. I understand why the Libertarian candidate, Chase Oliver, wouldn't make it. He's at less than 1%. And if we're looking at, he doesn't even get onto the charts in terms of the multiple candidates. Jill Stein and Cornel West are beating the Libertarian. So that's why they're not counting polls. No one is really polling for the Libertarian candidate because he's not a factor in this. And Jill Stein and Cornel West have always been somewhere around 1.5% each. No one cares about the Green Party. No one cares about the independent that is Cornel West, who is actually more of the socialist candidate. They don't factor. They're not important. Doesn't matter that they're going to be on ballots. They don't count. But Kennedy does count. Kennedy, depending on time, he has been as high, as you can see on the chart, he's been as high as about 16%. But after naming his vice presidential candidate being Nicole Shanahan, a big business woman, she's married to one of the co-founders of Google, deep money pockets, and because of that connection, we saw that, well, Kennedy has suffered because of that pick. It gives him the money to go until November, but it also means that a lot of people who are looking at him as an independent candidate gave up. And so he has suffered, and now he's in the single digits, whereas not long ago, just a couple of months ago, he was in the mid double digits, somewhere around averaging about 12%, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. But he's not completely out. I mean, it was just May 29th. It was the end of May, beginning of June, and we had polls that had RFK Jr. at 10 and 13%. He should qualify for the race. He should qualify to be on the debate stage with Donald Trump and with Joe Biden. But he's not going to be. He's not going to be on that debate stage. And we can see, this is coming from Politico. RFK has a complaint. CNN has been colluding with Biden and possibly also the Trump campaign to keep him off the stage. That he has gone and he's been making the complaint that CNN purposefully does not want to include. This is part of the media blackout. The day that RFK Jr. said that he was going to run as an independent against Joe Biden was the last day most of the public ever heard anything about RFK Jr. Now, let me stop for a second. Most people would say, Mike, but you're a conservative Republican. You don't support the Libertarian candidate. You don't support the independent candidates like Stein, like West, or RFK Jr. And the answer would be, you're right. I don't think RFK Jr. is a good candidate. I don't think that he would be a good president. I don't agree with his isolationist policies. I think he is not the best choice. Absolutely. And I still believe that he should have his voice heard, because there are close to 10% of Americans that want to hear him, that they want to know more. They want to evaluate him as whether or not he would be a choice. And unlike the libertarians or the conservatives or the unlike the libertarians, the Green Party, the Socialist Party, no one else cares about any of those individuals. All of them put together don't equal the support that is going to RFK. The tens of millions of dollars that he was able to raise, the events where I have personally been to events, and I've covered that for you, where I have seen rooms filled with people who are interested to hear what RFK has to offer, to consider him, which means he should be on that debate stage. Now, I think that argument about whether or not RFK Jr. should be on the stage or not was most eloquently put by my good friend Larry Sharpe. Many people may know, I've known Larry Sharpe, who is a libertarian, has run for governor of New York twice. He is a very vocal political advocate and an advocate of the Libertarian Party. And he's also a friend of mine, a former Marine, just like myself. And I've known Larry for 10 years. So, that being said, Larry made a wonderful argument, because right now CNN is saying, oh, well, we shouldn't count RFK Jr. Well, let's see. He was interviewed by The Hill, and you can hear, and I'm going to allow you to hear what Larry has to say himself about why RFK Jr. should be on the debate stage in 2 weeks.
Break all this down is Larry Sharpe, Outreach Director for American Values, and
Oh, wait a minute. You guys can't hear that, right? Let me see if I can get this. Bear with me. Microsoft is making my life difficult. Very, very difficult. Hang on. I'm trying to fix this so that you guys can hear Larry Sharpe. Bear with me. Now, just in case you can't, just in case you don't hear everything. Oops, wait a minute. Just got to fix something here. So, just to make sure, I have the actual words on the screen, just in case you can't hear this. And I apologize again, the sound system, Microsoft did something in one of their updates. But if you can't hear it, read the words on the screen as Larry Sharpe is about to speak.
Governor candidate. Larry, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. So this lawsuit that was filed about objective criteria, and it does seem that there is criteria laid out by the FEC, specifically being constitutionally eligible, appearing on a sufficient number of state ballots, and having a chance, or 15%, of winning votes in the Electoral College. So which of these did CNN end up violating?
Every single one of them. And because it was not actually objective or pre-established early on, the criteria also, the funny part is, the only person who actually does actually fit that criteria is Bobby Kennedy Jr. RFK is the only one. The other two candidates, Trump and Biden, are not on the ballot in any states. They are the presumed or presumptive candidate. And that's something that CNN decided to just make up. And I'm not making that up. They made it up, not me. There's no such thing as presumptive candidate in state law, no such thing as presumptive candidate in FEC rules and regulations. Nowhere is that a thing. They just decided that. And then they said to themselves, well, because they're presumptive, we don't have to put criteria on them. We'll just put it on Bobby Kennedy. And they know they did it on purpose. Their own reporting said that if they do it this way, it might weed out, their words, not mine, it might weed out some third-party candidates. This is purposely pushing this away.
Now, okay, so I'm not sure if you heard that. I'm not sure if everyone was able to hear that. So let me sum up. So my good friend Larry Sharpe has said, and bad pause, there we go. I paused it at a bad spot for him. So my good friend Larry Sharpe made the case. One, Trump and Biden are not the official representatives of the Republican or Democratic parties. They're not official candidates yet. They are presumptive, and no one doubts that Trump's going to be the candidate for the Republican Party. No one doubts that Joe Biden is the only one allowed to be a candidate in the Democratic Party. We'll see what happens when the DNC has its convention and sees that craziness that's going to go on, because you know the far left, the progressives, are going to create violence. They're going to be destructive because they want Hamas to be the winner. They want Hamas to win and be on election in the election in 2024. But separate of the radicals that are in the Democratic Party that are always violent, let's look at what is Larry saying? Well, he's telling the truth. By the time, in 2 weeks, Donald Trump and Biden will not be the candidates for the Democratic or Republican parties. That's a fact. So there is no reason that the public should be denied RFK Jr., who is a declared candidate, who has raised the money, has been traveling across the country, has gotten onto the ballot in several states. He deserves his opportunity to be heard. Whether or not he's the best choice is for you to decide. I don't care. You can decide whatever you want, but he should be heard. This channel goes out of our way. We go out of our way to make sure that we reach out in every election cycle to give candidates a voice. When the mainstream news media says, well, they're going to black out and ignore other people's voices, we make every effort to give people a chance. Gonzalo Duran, who is running for the New York 15th district against the incumbent Richie Torres, a Democrat, we gave Gonzalo a chance to be heard, to do an interview with him, because voters in the New York 15th district in the Bronx deserve to know who's there on the ballot and where they stand. They get to make a choice. I don't care if Richie Torres thinks that his $8 million is going to be enough to saturate every single television and computer screen and make people think he's the only one running. He's not. There are other candidates. We are in discussion right now with Jose Vega, who is the independent for the New York 15th congressional race against Richie Torres. And he has a sizable support as well. And we're going to be interviewing him as soon as we can lock down the exact date. And we'll interview him as well, because he deserves to be heard, because he's putting in the effort, because he has gotten the petition signed, because he has raised the money, because he is a legitimate candidate. So is Gonzalo Duran with the Republican and Conservative Party. There's no difference between that and what we see happening on the presidential level. RFK has done the work. He deserves the opportunity. That's what America is about. If you do the work, you deserve the chance. Not a guarantee that you win. No, I'm not looking for the guarantee of the outcome. I want the equality of the opportunity. He has the opportunity to make his case, RFK. He has that opportunity. Do I think Trump makes a better case? Yes. Do I think Biden will lose to RFK? Yes. If people were allowed to hear, I think more Democrats, more progressives would be interested in RFK than Joe Biden, because they don't want Joe Biden. They have been saying that in poll after poll for years now. They don't want Joe Biden. So Democrats don't want RFK to be heard. Democrats and liberals and progressives that run the news media don't want RFK heard. But that isn't what America's about. It's about the equal opportunity to be heard. He did the work. He deserves the chance to be heard, even if you're not going to vote for him. He deserves the chance, and he should be on that debate stage. I believe in that very strongly. It's not because I'm going to vote for him. It's because we only get the best choice if we hear every choice. If we hear everyone give their best argument about why they should or should not be taken seriously, whether or not they should be elected, whether or not their policies are the best policy for America. I don't know. Maybe RFK has a better policy for economics, for getting America out of the recession we are currently in than Donald Trump or Joe Biden. We won't know until he gets asked that question. What's his policy? What's his platform? And maybe he has the best one. So no, I wouldn't vote for him, but maybe his platform, his idea is good enough that whoever does win should use it. I'll give you another example of that. Remember when, what was it, Dr. Dre? Dr. Dre said he had the platinum plan. Do you remember that? I know there's a fire engine. There's always a fire engine. It's the Bronx. But remember when there was the platinum plan that was offered by, I think it was Dr. Dre. Hang on. Something is burning in the Bronx again. And I'm going to get to the comments. I haven't forgotten about the comments. Okay. So in the 2020 election, Dr. Dre said he had, I believe it was Dr. Dre, said he had a plan that would help black Americans, people of color. It would help them to fight poverty. That his plan was a better idea than what we have been doing so far, which is throwing money at it and just saying, the war on poverty, here's more money, and poverty increased. That's the fact. Since President Johnson, Democrats have just thrown money at the war on poverty, and more people are now poor than ever before. We see that in California. The idea from California was, we'll raise the minimum wage. They made the minimum wage $20, and 10,000 people were fired because, as we predicted, raising the minimum wage doesn't give people more money. It doesn't give more people more jobs. It increases unemployment. It increases the number of people who are poor and in poverty. It doesn't take people out of poverty. It puts people into poverty. But we know this. When Dr. Dre made his plan, he said, here it is. He offered it to Donald Trump. He offered it to Joe Biden. Donald Trump said, with no strings attached, he looked at it and said, this is a good idea. I'm going to work with that. Biden said, wait until after the election, then talk to me. After I win, I'll consider it. Well, Joe Biden won, and have you heard anyone talk about the platinum plan? Because Kamala Harris did meet with Dr. Dre, and it went nowhere. No, didn't implement anything in that plan. An idea that was supposed to be better. He didn't, and they didn't even have the dignity, Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, to say, well, it didn't work. It was a good idea, but it didn't work. The plan wouldn't have worked. No, they just stopped. They said, oh yeah, we talked about it. We talked about it. We promised we'd listen to you, and dropped it there because they didn't care, because it was a trap. It was a honey trap. Oh, if you vote for me, I'll consider your plan. And after you voted for him, they said, well, I don't care about your plan. I already got your vote. It doesn't matter anymore. You're useless. Do you see the difference? So this is why I find this to be so important, and why I found it very interesting when my friend Larry Sharpe went on to the Hill to have this conversation, because he makes a valid point. There is no reason why RFK Jr. shouldn't be on the debate stage in 2 weeks. And whether you're a Republican or a conservative, even if you're a Democrat or a progressive, you should want RFK to be on that stage. He might, I doubt it, but he could possibly have a good idea. And if he has a good idea, don't the American people deserve to hear that good idea and maybe use that good idea to improve America, to help us with the economy or whatever else it might be about? Don't we all deserve that opportunity? Because that's what America's about. Equal opportunity, not equal outcome. That's what communism is. That's what authoritarianism is. That's what the progressives are pushing. The equal outcome. I'm sorry. The only thing equal about the outcome is everyone loses. Just look at California. Look at Gavin Newsom. What is the outcome to all the people? They rose the minimum wage to $20. Barbara Lee is saying she wants to make it $50. And what happened? 10,000 people got fired. Hundreds of businesses have closed because the outcome everyone got was more poverty. More people became poor. Less people were able to work. That's what they did. There's your equal outcome. Everyone got worse. The price of food, of fast food in California skyrocketed. Everyone was worse off. There's your equal outcome. But if we had equal opportunity, it would be entirely different. Does that not make sense? Does that make sense? I'm talking to the audience. And if you think I am wrong, 929-715-8569. I'm happy to have that conversation with you. I'm looking to the comments. You can super chat on YouTube or on Rumble and tell me, Mike, you think I'm wrong. Or you can just leave a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, or in the comments afterwards after the show is live and tell me, Mike, I think you misunderstood that. Okay, how? Now, Dow does have a comment, and Dow says, kind of wish that libertarians would have voted for Lars and Larry Sharpe. Larry Sharpe was running as the vice presidential candidate for Lars Mapstead for the Libertarian Party. Oliver Chase's political ideology origins. Chase Oliver was originally a progressive leftist before he became part of the Libertarian Party. Origins are highly suspect and seemingly align suspiciously expedient. Yeah, Oliver Chase may not have been the best choice, but that's for the Libertarian Party. That's for them to deal with, and they have to deal with the consequences of their gut reaction to Trump. They made an emotional reaction, which was, oh, we're going to go with Chase because he's exactly opposite, and we're going to stick it to Donald Trump. Okay, you did. Ooh, great. You got to boo Donald Trump. You got to say that he's not a libertarian. You gave up on getting a member in the cabinet, and Donald Trump's cabinet, if he wins, and no one is paying attention to the libertarian candidate. They wasted the opportunity of everyone's attention. And that doesn't help America. Because again, it's about hearing the voices. Earn it and make the opportunity. Make that choice. And I think Larry has a great point here. RFK deserves to have that choice. I don't think he's a good candidate. I would never vote for RFK Jr. I think that he has bad ideas that are just as bad as anything I've heard from the progressives, anything that I've heard from the socialists, and anything that I've heard from the Democrats. But, you know, even as that's, even though all those things are terrible, I still think he deserves and has earned the right to be heard. That's me. I don't know. Oops. My Vegeta dropped. Vegeta rules. Anyway. Yeah. People like Goku. Vegeta rules. The Prince of All Saiyans. He's a badass. I love him. But, we've got a comment here. So, Dow says, the logical reaction would have been to upend the apple cart and endorse Donald Trump while putting forward Lars Mapstead and Larry Sharpe as their candidates. Well, they probably would have gotten more attention than the non-attention. The initial reaction was, look at Chase Oliver. He's a radical leftist in a libertarian suit. And then everyone gave up on him. He's too far left for anyone, including the libertarians, to support. So yeah, they could have done a lot better. But again, I'm not making the argument for the Libertarian Party per se. I'm making the argument for American elections, for the opening of making elections more available to people, not less, to be more inclusive and not exclusive. And that's what we're seeing with the news media right now. In denying RFK, they are trying to fortify the election, that only Republicans and only Democrats, that if you're not part of one of those two parties, which are minorities in America, then you don't have a voice. And I disagree with that. 45% of America, the plurality of Americans, are independent. They don't have a party whatsoever. They're not in any party, not the conservative, not the libertarian, not the Democrats or Republicans. They're nothing. They are independent of all of that. And that's beautiful. They deserve to have, the only way those people, that 45%, the middle of America, the only way they get heard is by having more voices in the election, not less. That's not a benefit. And I think that's very important. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, if people think I'm wrong and think that, well, everyone has, and I know, I've talked to many Republicans who say, Mike, but you should only be supporting the Republican candidate. I'm sorry. When I think Republicans do something wrong, I will call them out, just like I do for Democrats and progressives. It doesn't matter. I'm here for the public. I'm here for our Constitution. I'm here for our rights, not political appeasement. If I wanted to sell out to the Republican Party, I'd make a lot more money and I'd probably be a lot more famous by now, but I won't do it, which is why even the Republican Party has been resistant against me in the elections that I have been in, because I won't bow to what they say. So that's just gives you an idea of that, and I think it's very important. I don't know, maybe I'm an idealist. Maybe. Some people would say, Mike, you're just clouds, you're looking and your head's in the clouds and you're not seeing the reality. I do see the reality. Realistically, Republicans and Democrats dominate. The choice is really going to be between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And for the last 2 years, everyone in America said, or the majority of people in America, poll after poll, say it's going to be Donald Trump. And that's a good thing, in my opinion. Still doesn't hurt to have other voices. Does not hurt. But let me move on. Yep. I hear my puppy again. He'll be a little bit all right. We got a little bit. We're almost there. We'll try and... Yeah. You got a little bit. So... let me move along because I know my puppy has not been feeling great lately. So I want to try and take care of him in a little bit. But moving forward, this is also of interest. And again, this is some of the news that the mainstream doesn't want to focus on. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want to have these conversations with you. They do not want you to know that this is a conversation you can have. Unlike other countries, in the United Kingdom, you can be restricted in what you can say and what you can ask of your government. In Canada, in Mexico, in Venezuela, in France, Germany, around the world, they don't have this right to question their government, to question their politicians. We're in America. We do. And we should, because the less we do that, the worse it gets. We're not improving anything by not asking questions and holding these people accountable, because we're becoming more like the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is a wreck. Okay. I thought this was important. It came from the New York Post. How there are non-citizens getting voter registration forms across the United States. Yes, Speaker Johnson, Republican Party is trying to stop that. That doesn't mean they're trying to stop black people from voting. Please stop spreading that lie. It's not true. If any black American wants to go out and vote, any Hispanic, any Asian, any American wants to vote, they can. There is nothing stopping anyone from getting out and voting. Every American can do it. They don't want to. Apathy is not the same thing as prevention. They're two different things. Many Americans don't think it matters anymore. Many Americans are dissatisfied with all of the choices they have because, well, they're excluding every other voice because they're not getting a chance to hear RFK or the Libertarians or the Green Party or anyone else. They don't get to hear them because the media is blacking out, has a news media blackout for anyone that isn't a Republican or a Democrat and approved by the Democrats and the Republicans. Think about Bernie Sanders. He got beat up by the news media because he wasn't the approved candidate. Democrats had already picked Hillary Clinton. They made sure the system could only pick Hillary Clinton in 2016. And that was a setup. That wasn't good for Democrats. That wasn't good for anyone. Ask the Bernie bros. They'll tell you it was a setup. And having non-citizens voting in our elections is the same thing. It's a setup. And we need to be aware of that. I do advise people to look at that. Remember when 2 years ago we had Democrats and Republicans came together and said, hey, we're going to raise the debt ceiling to $35 trillion. And that's going to be it. We're not going to spend any more money until January of 2025. And we told you by that time, we will need to raise money. We said it on this channel. We said this was a setup to make you not realize how poor they are making you. The Democrats and Republicans have failed to collectively because they keep just passing the buck. They keep raising the debt limit. Well, here we are. It's election year, and we're going to hit the debt ceiling again. $35 trillion. We're going to have to increase it. You forgot about this. This wasn't a big deal. No one really talked about it. But this is a problem. We're out of money again. The Biden administration, Bidenomics, has failed. They have overspent. They weren't supposed to be able to they weren't supposed to hit $35 trillion in debt until January of 2025. Here we are 6 months ahead of time, and they're already out of money. And what do we have to show for it? A pier in Gaza that is helping Hamas, a terrorist organization, and the pier isn't even working. It has been broken more than it has been working, and it is costing you money day by day. That doesn't make sense. That's Bidenomics. We talked about crime already. And by the way, people who are wondering what I was talking about, yeah, here's the peak 2020 of violent crime in the United States. That's not just gun crime, that's all violent crime. All violent crime. And we've come down from the peak, and we're about where we were in 2019. We're not better off. I mentioned Turner. Give me a second. There's only one or two things I wanted to mention in the show before we got done. Here we are. I wanted to mention that when I go to Freedom Fest, and again, this is thanks to you being my audience, for the people who are subscribing, for the people who are leaving comments, who call in because of my Patreon, especially because of those who are on my Patreon or have memberships on YouTube, and the super chats that we get on YouTube and on Rumble. I am able to go to Freedom Fest guaranteed. I've already got the room. I've already got the flight. I'm already going to be I have a booth that I will be sharing at Freedom Fest. And we are going to try and get Thomas Massie an interview with him. Thomas Massie is supporting Donald Trump in what will help people who are poor, people who are bartenders, people who live with tips for a living. No taxes. No taxes on the tips, whether that's because you're getting groceries delivered or you're getting Uber Eats or you're a bartender. Doesn't matter. You get to keep it without any tax. That's what Donald Trump has offered. And believe it or not, it's not Donald Trump policy. Again, this is why we want to hear other voices. This is a policy from Ron Paul. Ron Paul is a libertarian. He's like the godfather of the Libertarian Party. But it's a libertarian idea to let people who get tips for a living to keep their money, to not pay tax on those tips. And I know, as is, people who live off of tips aren't necessarily paying the full amount they should be, but let's take that out. Let's stop making them criminals and take away that burden from them and let them just keep their tips. This is a policy, and this is why I like hearing from other politicians, hearing from other voices. Ron Paul came up with this idea in 2011. Under the Obama administration, he tried to pass this, which would have helped poor people, which would have helped people who are working in the service industry. It would have been good for America. Now it's good for Donald Trump, and it's good for America going forward, but it was always a good idea. And it's a libertarian idea. I have no problem taking ideas that are good from people who aren't Republicans or aren't conservatives. It's okay. Because if it's good, it's good. Let's do the good things that make sense. How is this hard to understand? It really isn't. But the news media makes it seem like the only people who have any ideas are progressives and Democrats, which is a lie. It is the biggest lie that is going on right now. I know, I'm rushing a little bit. The media right now want you to think the biggest news today is, Biden raised $30 million because he was in LA and, people love him so much. That was less than 7,000 people. And to get $30 million, it took not just Joe Biden, but they had to bring out George Clooney and Julia Roberts and Barbara Streisand. All had to come together. And Jimmy Kimmel, and Barack Obama, okay? They had to bring out 6 people with Joe Biden to raise the same amount of money that Donald Trump raised in one day. $25 million. It took all of these people. You had to get George Clooney and Julia Roberts and Barbara Streisand and Barack Obama and Jimmy Kimmel, along with Joe Biden, to fill a stadium, and it wasn't completely filled as far as I know, but 7,000 people. To get 7,000 people, it took all 6 of these major left-leaning figures versus Donald Trump showing up by himself in the Bronx, in the progressive center of America, the bluest of blue counties, and Donald Trump by himself with no other headliners got 10,000 people. That tells you something. That tells you something about what's happening in 2024. And the news media is falling over. They're fawning all over Joe Biden, having this star power to push him to sell his message. This is a sales pitch, no doubt. And the sales pitch for Joe Biden takes 6 massive stars to get him to the same place Donald Trump does by himself. And think about it. That's after Donald Trump has been convicted. Donald Trump is convicted now, and he still is beating Joe Biden in every state. In Democratic states, he's beating Joe Biden. He is beating Joe Biden in almost 8 out of 10 polls. He is beating him with the popular, in terms of money and support. In every way, Joe Biden is losing. There's a reason for that, folks. You are not alone when you say Joe Biden isn't effective for America. Last thing I wanted to address, second to last thing, because we're running out of time, and I do have to take care of my puppy. But I do love, and I am looking forward to seeing all the comments afterwards. Please clip any part of the show, share it with your friends, especially talking about the Supreme Court, especially talking about gun control and gun safety. Clip that, send it out to all your friends who are for and against the Second Amendment. Let them hear that argument, decide for themselves. All the people who want to vote for RFK Jr. or don't want to vote for RFK Jr. but want to hear what he has to say, let them see that section as well. But ex-Governor Patterson of New York State is saying we need to get rid of the mask mandate, not because of health. See, he doesn't care about that. It's because crime. Crime that doesn't exist. The crime that you are being told by Governor Hochul and Eric Adams and Joe Biden, the crime they keep telling you isn't a problem, that isn't a factor, that doesn't exist. Well, now they're going to ex-Governor Patterson, who's saying, oh, by the way, we should get rid of the masks. But I thought it's because of crime. He wants to get rid of the masks because of crime. But I thought there wasn't any crime. Just like there's no crime, but we need to activate. Governor Hochul had to activate the National Guard to protect the subways, but there's no crime. Crime is not up. There's no surge. Crime is down. There's no problem. There's less police. There's less police reports. But crime is down. That's why they activated the National Guard. That's why they're saying they got to get rid of the mask mandate so they can identify the criminals, because there's less crime, because it's less of a factor. It's less likely to affect you. Does that make sense to you? Do you hear this logic when you say it out loud and you take it away from the headlines and actually think about it for a second? There's less crime, which is why they have to have the National Guard, which is why they have to remove the mask mandate so they can identify the criminals, because there's less crime. Does that make sense to you? I mean, seriously, does that make sense to you at all? Final thing, because we're going on 5 hours that the program has been on, and I always enjoy being with you guys, but you can hear my puppy in the background. But 5 hours, I think, is a good amount of time for everything we've covered. The final thing I wanted to go into is, this is an editorial. The New York Post published an op-ed. And that op-ed, I'm almost done. I said 5 more minutes. I've said 5 hours. I hear him. Sorry, I'm talking about my dog. So there's an op-ed from the New York Post, and I do suggest people hear this, because this is exactly what we said about Proposition 1 under the Cuomo administration. That's Andrew Cuomo. When he said we need to have casinos in New York State, because that will save New York State. It will be a home run. Poor people won't be poor anymore. We'll be able to fund all of the education in New York State, and the kids will be able to read, and it'll be great for everyone. Except we know Hochul's running around now begging for money, saying kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is because of the education system, that very same education system. Well, we got the casinos, and crime increased everywhere that there was a casino, and poverty increased everywhere that there's a casino in New York State. And their idea is, well, we're going to expand. Under Hochul, their idea is we'll just get more casinos and it'll solve the problem. We'll get more money from these casinos and it'll pay for everything. No, it won't. It didn't work the first time. It's not going to work now. They say in this editorial, equally important, casinos in general are major economic busts in New York State. You know why? Because money goes out. Nothing gets built. They take money away from people and they get nothing back from it. Casinos only work when they take your money, not when you get money. Which means you're less likely to build a business. You're less likely to build a house. You're less likely to buy a car because you've been in the casino and you lose the money. The only way that casinos work is if you become more poor and that casino becomes more rich, and therefore they pay more in taxes. This is simple. This is why I opposed Proposition 1. This is why I opposed having casinos in New York State, and it has been true. And it's true everywhere you go. The only way a casino makes money is if you become poor. And if you become poor, you don't build businesses, you don't build houses, you don't buy cars, you are just poor. And now you have to go to the government for additional aid, and therefore you are in the cycle of poverty. You lose. This has always been a bad idea for everyone. They go on in their editorial. Ex-disgraced governor Andrew Cuomo, who killed 16,000 people and covered it up, tried to sell the casinos as big job creators. But even a cursory look at the $200 million shortfall that slammed upstate casinos in 2018 when the economy was good, forget about now when the economy's bad, but in 2018 when the economy was good, proves they're not all they're cracked up to be. And new casinos, even more casinos, tend not to generate any more money. They don't bring in extra money. They just take money from the casinos that already exist. So the pool isn't getting bigger. It stays exactly the same, and just more people in more places get to be more poor and dependent on the government. They go on to say, and we've seen this in Atlantic City and everywhere that casinos, state-run casinos, have been authorized. People, this is the consequence. And we talk about this all the time on this program. I said, and you can look this up on the channel, I was against Proposition 1 when it first came out. I was against the idea of having casinos in New York State. It would not help. It increases crime, increases poverty, and that's all it does. It doesn't help anyone. Well, we've done it. And we've seen for years now, well over, we're into year 6 or 7 now, and we see it hasn't made people rich. It hasn't created new businesses. It doesn't allow people to buy new houses or to fix up their houses or improve the education system. It has failed in everything you were promised, just like we see from almost everything that progressives, they make lots of promises. They tell you the world will be fantastic if you just do what they say. And every single time when you do what they say and just follow their lead, you will see it fail every single time. Now the answer is, well, make more casinos. It's not going to make more money. Not for New York State, and especially not for the people. And before this becomes a trend that we see in Illinois, in California, in Oregon, and all the other bluer than blue states, before every state says, oh, we're just going to have a second round of more casinos everywhere, I want you to understand, all that's going to do is create more poverty and more crime, and no one benefits except the government. You lose. The community loses. And you have to, because that's the only way the casino stays open. You have to lose. It shouldn't be that hard. Does it work for Nevada? It worked for Nevada. That's a good argument, and I'll leave it on this. And you say, Dow says, but it works for Nevada. What about Nevada? Here's the answer. Nevada worked because they were the only ones. And there is a limit. There's a number. There's only so many casinos. Every time they oversaturate, and you see this all the time in Las Vegas, if they open up too many casinos, all the other casinos start closing. The older casinos, they get a brand new, build up a new casino, the old casino has to close. They're at saturation. They can't just add more casinos and add more casinos. Every time they add a casino, another casino closes. They're at saturation. And that's it. And their big appeal, and look at all the ads. Las Vegas, they're not selling casinos anymore. They're selling the adventure. That you go to to Las Vegas for an adventure, not for gambling. And sometimes you can bring your family. They have family adventures and individual adventures, and you have an experience there, but they're not talking about gambling anymore. Because gambling, there's too much competition. It's a small pool of money that's available, and the pool has been divided with each state opening up more and more casinos. So they changed, they moved. Yes, they still have a lot of gambling, no doubt, and they are known for that. But they're also expanding into, the live events. You get to go and see a show that you can't see anywhere else. You get to see exclusive entertainment that you can't see anywhere else. And you can have an adventure that you can't have anywhere else. That's what they're selling. Because even Nevada figured it out. You can't just keep opening casinos. It's not an endless moneymaker. There is a limit. They've hit that limit. And the answer isn't, let's try and make more casinos. The answer is, change what you are selling. I hope that makes sense. And that's what New York needs to do. We have to change what we are selling. It's not make more casinos, we'll make more money. You won't. You might get more poor people, you might get more crime, but you're not going to make more money. Dow says the live adventure experience, sort of like Disneyland and Disney World before they went woke. Yes, exactly like that. And that's Las Vegas now. It's not about the casinos. It's not about gambling. And you don't have to believe me. Look at any ad about Las Vegas. Yes, they have the casinos, they have the gambling in the background. They're talking about the adventure. They're talking about the experience. And New York State, Kathy Hochul, they're too dumb. The progressives, they're looking for the simplest answer. They're looking for, we'll just have more casinos. It's simple. Rather than actually do the homework and do the hard work, which is figure out something else that will work, something else that people can buy, something unique, a unique service, a unique good, something that is exclusive to New York so people would have a reason to come here and actually spend money, to build businesses, to raise families. Rather than do the hard work to figure that out, they're going with, the home run is, we'll just open up more casinos. Home run! And it won't work. It didn't work under Proposition 1. It's not going to work now. Home runs don't work. You can't predict. They're not Yogi Berra. They can't predict the home runs. What you do is you get out of the way and let the public, let the individual with money do what they want. Stop taking their money. Give them the chance to spend the money the way they want to, and you will find success. But I just need to, I know I rushed the last 15, 20 minutes here a little bit, but again, I have to take care of my puppy. I have to get him out. We've been on for 5 hours. I hope people have found various parts of this to be interesting and intellectually stimulating. I hope this gives you new thought. Perhaps we will see this affect RFK should be on that debate stage. No, bump stocks aren't your problem. And no, casinos aren't going to save you. And yes, we have to hold Hamas accountable and start yelling at Hamas to accept the ceasefire that has been given to them. Give us our hostages back. Give us the Americans back, alive or dead. And if they're dead, you still have to have the consequence of that. Don't think you're going to get a free pass on that. Give us our hostages back, you get your ceasefire, and then we'll take the next steps from there. These are the things I wanted to cover today. I hope people found that to be interesting and exciting or different. Please like, share, and most of all, subscribe, whether it's on YouTube or on Rumble, X, or wherever you're watching the program. Subscribe, support us, and don't forget, I will be going to Freedom Fest. More on that as we get closer to it. But until the next time, folks, I want to thank you. In about an hour, I'll have links of everything we have discussed in the descriptions on YouTube and on Rumble so that you'll be able to see it for yourself and you can read through any of the information at your leisure. I look forward to seeing your comments as well. I thank you. I hope you're going to have a great day.